Good evening and welcome. I'm Adam Block, Chair of the Needham Planning Board, and I'm going to momentarily go through our roll call to find a quorum. And yet, seeing people on Zoom, I know that we do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. This meeting of the Planning Board is being conducted in a remote manner consistent with state regulations and is being recorded. All materials for this meeting are available on the town's website, which is needhamma.gov. And I'll call the roll now for the record. When I call your name, please say that you are present. Paul Alpert.
Present.
Artie Crocker.
Present.
Jean McKnight.
Present.
I note that Natasha Espada is currently not present. Alex, could you shoot her a text or an email with the oh, here she comes. Natasha, that was perfect timing. I was just calling your name for the roll call.
Thank you. Here.
There
Present.
we go. Excellent. Full board is here. I just can't imagine that impeccable timing. From our staff, Lee Newman,
Here.
Director, and
Present.
Alex Klee, our Assistant Planning Director.
Here.
Perfect. The first item on our agenda is an A&R plan with Brendan Mata, LLC, the petitioner for the property located at 343 Greendale. Lee, my first question for you is the plan compliant?
Yes.
And are there any problems with the plan?
No, it's been reviewed by staff and we're fine with it.
So now I'm going to ask my colleagues, and just in an order to try and create a little bit more order in our meetings, I'm going to go through individually and ask my colleagues if they have any comments or questions on the A&R plan. Paul, do you have any comments on the A&R plan?
No, I don't have any comments on the A&R plan. I just want to say that I'm sorry to see that the Lutheran Church has closed. That's now 2 Protestant churches in town that have closed in the past year. The First Baptist Church and this church, and it's a sign of the times. But sorry to see it happening.
Let us hope that that faith is still restored and strong throughout the community, nevertheless.
Mhm.
Artie, any
No
comments?
comments, just a minor thing. At the beginning, you were saying 343 Greendale when it's 543 Greendale.
543. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's correct. 543 Greendale. Natasha, do you have any comments or questions on this A&R plan? Natasha?
Sorry, I was muted. No, I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay, great. Jean?
I have no comments or questions.
All right. In that case, can I have a motion to endorse the A&R plan as provided in our packets?
So moved.
Can I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Paul, a second by Jean. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll come to the vote. And I will take it by roll call. When I call your name, please say aye or nay. Paul Alpert.
Aye.
Artie Crocker.
Aye.
Natasha Espada.
Aye.
Jean McKnight.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We've unanimously voted to endorse the A&R plan for 543 Greendale. Excellent. This now brings us to the de minimis change decision regarding the major project site plan review special permit number 1998-11 with 117 Kendrick DE LLC as the petitioner for the property located at 117 Kendrick Street. Alex, do we have anyone from which is an affiliate, I believe, of Bullfinch? Do we have anyone from Bullfinch with us tonight?
Yeah, there are a few people from that project. I'll bring over attorney Tim Sullivan, and then he can let us know if anybody else wishes to be.
Okay. Thank you. Tim, good evening. If you could state your name and who you're with for the record, that would be helpful.
Sure. Tim Sullivan of Goulston and Stores here on behalf of the petitioner for 117 Kendrick Street.
Thank you very much. If we have a need throughout these proceedings to include other specialists, you'll let me know, Tim, and then we'll bring them over as we need to.
Will
We have an initial draft of the decision,
Mhm.
and then a subsequent draft, which is a red line, which made a number of typo type corrections and some other non-significant corrections. And then with respect to the actual conditions themselves, there is some red lines. Does the board have any comments or questions about the existing red lines that we already have in our packet? No one wants to put their hand up. Paul, I see your hand is up.
Yeah. I'm going to make the suggestion that even though this language about the nature of the deliveries that will be used here is in our findings of fact, I think it's appropriate to have it in the conditions. And so I'm going to suggest that at the end of, well, let me see if I want to put it there.
Which finding number?
Yes. In the conditions and limitations, paragraph number 1,
Yes.
at the end of that, the second sentence starts, the new loading dock shall only be used by the office life sciences tenant that it enters into, and only for specialized deliveries. I would like to then kind of track the language that's in our finding of fact with that requires specific handling and storage conditions to support research development / lab space, comma, including but not limited to medical gas, refrigerated and or delicate items that cannot be efficiently managed without appropriate facilities. Period.
So that would
It's
be,
just reading from the finding of fact number 4 is where I got that language.
Or- and which condition is that to be appended to or changed?
Number 1,
to?
condition
Number
number 1.
one, right, okay. Citizen, to emphasize, oh, I see. The second sentence of number 1, only for specialized deliveries, would be more precise than the yes, I understand, thank you.
And I also had a question as to, because I'm going to make an assumption based on prior experience that the landlord is probably going to do this work even though he doesn't have a tenant. And my question is, do we need to put language in about what happens if it turns out that the landlord does not lease this space to a science lab? Because then this whole special permit anticipates a science lab being there. That's why we're putting in a curb cut. That's why we're putting in more asphalt. That's why we're having a door there. And
so I mean, Tim, I'm gonna ask if, do you have a response to that?
Sure. So, Paul, yes, we do expect doing the work so that the space is attractive to those kinds of tenants. And, obviously the market being what it is, it may be that tenant's not immediately available. So there could be periods of time where some other user is in there. However, I think that the board's probably primary interest here is making sure that Third Avenue continues to work, and whatever tenant is in there would be subject to the limitations that are in here regarding number of deliveries, et cetera. So yes, we do the work. Yes, we need to do the work to make it attractive and available for those kinds of tenants. Could there be periods of time where another type of user is in there or that it's not used all the time? Yes, there could, but we think that the decision covers that.
Okay. I'm
So-
okay with it. I just wanted to raise the issue for the board.
Thank you for the question. Tim, do you have any response to Paul's revision that he spoke of with respect to condition number 1 of our decision?
Nope, I think the way Paul suggested it is consistent with the finding above and also is provides examples. So I think that's fine. I did have one other edit that Lee and I spoke about whenever the time is appropriate, but
Before I come to that, do any of my other colleagues, Artie, Natasha, or Jean, if you put your hand up on the screen, I'll recognize you on any of the other items before we go on to a new item that Tim wishes to speak on. So I don't see anyone's hand up. So Tim, I recognize you to discuss another item.
sure. And Lee, you can correct me if I misstate anything we've talked about, but so in condition 5, there's a limitation on the frequency of deliveries to 2 deliveries per week. Lee and I spoke about whether we make that approximately 2 deliveries per week or make that number slightly higher, knowing that Third Avenue and VHB's information, showed that Third Avenue can handle the deliveries. So my suggestion, based on my conversation with Lee, would be to make 2 5. They're in an off chance that there are more deliveries in 1 week.
Tim, I'm going to interrupt. Just to be clear, you mean to delete the word 2 and insert and to replace it with the number 5. So up to 5 deliveries per week?
Correct. Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Lee, do you have a problem with that?
I don't have a problem. I thought we needed a fixed number. I wasn't comfortable with approximately because I didn't know what that meant. So I think we need a fixed number, and the question is, what is the fixed number?
Okay. Does anyone have any comments or questions about this revision from the number of deliveries, the maximum number of deliveries per week at 5 instead of 2? Paul, your hand is up.
I just want to say that I have no problem at all making it 5.
Okay, thank you very much. Artie?
Yeah, I guess I'd only say, the question is if they came with 5 at the beginning, they were talking about a couple of deliveries a week. And if they came with 5 at the beginning, would we have changed our decision? Probably not. I'm thinking is the traffic can handle it. I don't see a big deal. So I don't think I would have changed my opinion on what's going on if they had 5 from the beginning. So I'm good.
Thank you. Natasha or Jean? If you
I
wanna
feel
put
the
your-
same way. I wouldn't have changed my decision.
Yeah, I see, if I may comment now that on number 7 of findings, VHB has estimated that the frequency of deliveries is likely to be approximately, and I think when you're talking about an estimate, of course, approximately is fine, 1 to 2 times per week. But I agree that doesn't mean that we necessarily have to limit the number of deliveries to a week. I'm just, I'm trying to remember whether it seemed to me there wasn't an awful lot of impact. The trucks, the way they would enter the driveway, the way they would back out and everything. It didn't seem like something to be concerned about as far as interrupting with traffic flow for the area and so forth. So with that, if my recollection on the impact is wrong, please say that. But since it seems that it wasn't much impact, I'll go along with the 5.
I reviewed the gap analysis. I think it was VHB, Tim, that the traffic engineer, the gap analysis that they conducted, and the other traffic impact analysis that they conducted, and saw that there is sufficient capacity to handle the change from 2 to 5. And so I concur with Eugene, and I can confirm that. And then I guess the last thing before we probably take a motion, if I understand correctly, Tim, from the original presentation that you delivered to the board, it showed, the site plan showed a significant build out that would be effectively tailored to the type of a tenant, a lab tenant, which would utilize a space and have equipment and facilities that would be different than an office tenant. So, I would anticipate that Mike was very clear on marketing this. Mike from your office was very clear on marketing this, given the type of heavy investment that you'll be making into this space specifically to a lab tenant. And it's only in the event that that's been exhausted, it sounds like, and after an extensive period, that the landlord and property owner may at that time choose to find an office tenant if one's available.
I think that's right.
Okay, so with that, do my colleagues or Lee or Alex have any other comments or questions on what we've discussed here tonight? Then seeing none.
Adam, I
Yeah,
just read,
sorry.
I'm gonna be the nitpicking lawyer here.
Yes,
Point out, that in the red line, the petitioner,
which red line?
I didn't know there was more than one. Anyway,
There's only
I-
one red line, right? I hope I-
It's,
One, there's only one.
it's,
Or
it's
which
small-
paragraph?
It's a small matter, but they took out a lot of ands because there were too many ands in the list of dates.
Mhm.
So I found one that they forgot to take out in the introductory paragraph to conditions and limitations. After January 10, 2006, there should be a comma and take out the word "and" there before June 5,
Yes.
2007.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds.
I saw, I already had that done.
H.L. Mencken.
All right, very good. So with that, Lee, do we just take one motion? Do we do this in two motions? One to accept the relief as de minimis and then a second motion to approve the decision
We
as
voted
draft?
the de minimis at the last meeting.
Oh, thank you very much. We did do it. We do it's a two-step and we completed the first step at our last meeting. Thank you for go ahead, Paul.
So I'm going to make my first motion
Yes,
is that, which is that we grant the relief requested.
we have a motion by Paul. Do I have a second to approve the relief requested?
I second that motion. I understand this to be a third motion referring to the decision, correct, Paul?
Right, exactly.
So, so just for anyone tuning in, at a previous meeting, we voted to accept the change as de minimis. Now we've accepted the relief. And then the third, and then we have a discussion on this second motion. Hearing none, I'll come to the vote. All in favor, please signify by aye when I come to your name. Paul Alpert,
Aye.
Artie Crocker,
Aye.
Natasha Spada,
Aye.
Dean McKnight.
Aye.
And the chair, just before I vote aye, I apologize. I went through discussion very quickly and Artie, I wasn't sure if I heard you had a question or comment or anything. Did I?
No, I think we're good. No,
Okay.
but thank you, Adam, but I think I'm all good.
Okay. Very good. The chair votes aye. We've unanimously accepted the relief. Paul, are you looking to make a second?
Yes, so now I move that we accept the amendment to decision dated December 19, 2023, as presented to us with the redlined changes and the changes that we discussed this evening.
A motion by Paul. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Gene McKnight. Any discussion?
I
Aaron.
just want to confirm, so
yes,
the only
sorry.
change in, my
Sorry,
apologies, Adam.
Go ahead, Artie.
My apologies, Adam. Just on number 5, we're simply changing the number 2 to number 5, correct?
Yes,
Dock to
the
no
other-
more than 5.
Right.
Yeah, and the other change is to condition number 1, as Paul explained, to take language which is now in
Correct.
findings and conclusions number 4 and move it into to expand on condition number 1.
Right.
Mhm.
And to make that one
Typo.
one typo error.
Mhm. And, yeah.
So there's
Um,
changes.
so we're at discussion. So we're gonna include the language, which is currently, we're gonna copy it in, under findings, number 4. And
Right.
include it as condition number 1, and the last sentence of condition number 1 would read as finding number 4 last sentence reads, to ensure the smooth and safe receipt of these items, it is critical to the success of this laboratory
No,
suite.
no. That introductory part doesn't make sense there, Adam.
Yeah.
So let me read it again.
Thank you.
You have the language, the new second sentence of condition number 1 starts the same way. The new loading dock shall only be used by the office/life sciences tenant that it enters into, comma, and only for specialized deliveries, comma, that require specific handling and storage conditions to support research, development/lab space, comma, including but not limited to medical gas, comma, refrigerated and or delicate items that cannot be efficiently managed without appropriate facilities, period.
Thank you very much.
But it would end with facilities, correct? Appropriate
Yes.
facilities.
Ends with facilities.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification. When I call your name, please signify either aye or nay. Paul Alpert,
Aye.
Artie Crocker,
Aye.
Jeff Espada,
Aye.
Gene McKnight.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have unanimously approved the decision as redlined in our packet and is further revised tonight. Lee and Alex, what's the process of getting this signed?
The process is, we'll print this decision out tomorrow. I think I'll see Jean and Natasha at a meeting tomorrow night and they can sign it then. And then we just need to have Paul and Artie stop by the office, hopefully this week, and sign this decision, as well as the A&R plan and the decision on the medical office building when we get through that. That way we'll be able to take care of this and get it filed with the town clerk this week and start the appeal period. I want to close it out this week. I don't want to put it off until next week if we're able to.
So,
Quick clarification, there is no appeal period.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. There is no appeal period on this one, but
thank you, Alex. So, Paul and Artie, if you can coordinate with Alex, and then Alex, if you can let me know if I need to stop in on Monday, I will to sign.
You will not be doing it on Monday because that is December 25th.
But he's
So I will
short.
let you know. Artie was there today, actually. So Artie's all set except for the Mylar, which he knows. And I will let you know tomorrow. Otherwise, Lee will have to let you know because I'm out Thursday and Friday, but we will be in touch. We hope to get this done in the next day or two. So
I will
we'll
try to
let you know.
I'm not going into Boston on Thursday, but I have appointments around here, so I'll see if I can find time Thursday to stop by, but if not, then I'll stop by Friday morning.
Okay.
okay.
So- And so, Tim, you understand, it sounds like that it's gonna be done either this week or at some point next. I work on on Christmas, even Santa needs a new house once in a while in the North Pole. So with that, Tim, happy holidays. Thank you to you and to everyone at Bullfinch. And I declare this item number 2 disposed of on our agenda.
Thanks, everyone. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Merry
Thank-
Christmas.
Like,
Happy holidays. This brings us to the next item on our agenda, which is the decision in respect of major project site plan special permit number 2023-03 with Nehi LLC as the petitioner for the redevelopment of 629-661 Highland Avenue. I believe we have Evans Huber here on behalf of the petitioner. We have the decision in our packet, and then there was a red line. I had also asked attorney town council Chris Heap to review the decision and in particular certain provisions, and Chris Heap had provided a response, and I understand that Evans has provided a response in addition to a response from the some of the specialists on the petitioner's team. And Alex and Lee, I understand that all of that has been provided to the board and is included as part of the packet tonight. So
Well, I don't think I've seen Evans's.
No, I didn't send his email that he had written to me that
Okay.
I responded to the rest of the board, no.
Thank you very much. So I misspoke and misunderstood a previous email. Then Evans, do you want to walk us through any outstanding comments and questions that you have?
Yes, thank you for that opportunity. So I'll start by saying that I and some of our team members sent Lee a fairly lengthy list of comments, and we very much appreciate the fact that she read them carefully and took them into account, and some of the redlining on the red line version you have is a result of her responding to our comments. So that significantly reduced the number of comments we had, Lee's response, and we appreciate that. But we still do have about 5 or 6 that we consider very important, and then 3 that are less important. So I'll start with the most important ones. And these are not necessarily in order of importance, but they're just in the order that they appear in the draft decision. The first one is 2.0. Well, it was 2.0C, and I guess in the red line, it's now 2.0B.
Sorry, what was
Evans,
the-
could not hear you. Could you speak again and more towards the microphone?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So Gene, could you hear anything I just said?
Not really, you were breaking up, Evans. When you
Okay.
started by saying at paragraph 2.0, you turned away from the computer, and that's when we
Oh,
weren't being able to hear you.
well, I hope you could hear my complimentary remarks about Lee.
Yes, that we heard, and it's
Okay.
duly noted, but it's not gonna cause her to get a raise.
Well, I'll keep working on it.
Okay.
Okay, so 2.0, what was 2.0C and in the red line version is now 2.0B. You take a look at that, please.
2.0,
On page 13, Gene,
page 13,
yep.
2.0. Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So 2.0, what is now 2.0B says additional landscaping shall be provided on the easterly side of Cross Street. I understand that some neighbors apparently asked for this, but we don't really know, this wasn't something that I recall being discussed with us at the hearing. We don't really know what this means. I mean, does it mean shrubbery? Does it mean arborvitae? My concern about this, or our concern about this, is that it's very vague, and it's not at all clear who we would need to be agreeing with, or whether this is something that we are entitled to do in our own judgment. So I think the condition is potentially very problematic.
I haven't even, another problem with that, which is that property is the other, because it's on the easterly side of Cross Street, which is across the street from the building.
Exactly. It's not
Control
on,
that property.
right,
Yeah,
it's not on
exactly.
property we own.
It's not property you own, so how can you put landscaping there?
Exactly.
Oh,
Okay.
I assumed it was within the private way that you have rights in, but this is calling for landscaping on private property
So
outside
we
the
don't have,
private way?
so this would be on the opposite side. Yeah, it's a private way. And as you know, Gene, each abutter to a private way owns to the midline. So the
Mhm.
people on the other side of Cross would have fee interest to the midline, which would mean that we would be, the only rights that we have on that half of Cross Street is to pass and repass. We don't
I
have any
see.
rights to do anything else.
Mm.
So,
I think the neighborhood had asked, or at least early, I think at the first hearing, we heard some testimony from the neighbors that they'd like some beautification landscaping done at that location, which is why I had included it. I envisioned that, they would meet with the condominium association and just do some beautification landscaping at that location. That's what the
What-
intent of this was.
right,
My-
but the devil's always in the details, different people would have different views of what constitutes appropriate landscaping.
First of all, no landscaping plan has been specifically proposed, or no beautification has been specifically proposed. Though I understand the desire. And secondly, there's been no agreement where the developer, the petitioner, had specifically agreed to do some other things. This was not something that I recall, and again, I think the point that it's vague, I think that's correct. Artie, go ahead.
I don't know for a fact where they're referring to, but I do know that when that, let's just call it the bump out, was gonna be created to make it a little harder to take a left onto Putnam from Cross, that bump out, what I think was going to be landscaped to some extent. So there's gonna be something going on there, so it isn't just dirt, or isn't just mulch or something like that. That something was gonna happen there. Now, so I don't know if they're referring there. When I'm looking at the site, I mean, let's say directly in Evans, I understand what you're saying, where is when I'm looking at the site, I'm looking at directly across Cross Street. They have some parking spaces there, and next to the parking spaces is give or take 2 feet of mulch and then the white fence. So I don't know if that was even remotely ever considered something going in there. I don't remember that, but I do remember the bump out was going to have something occur on the bump out and going into the way a little bit, kind of heading into that, so it looked like something. So it wasn't just a, like I said, just a curve and nothing going on there besides mulch. I remember that.
Yeah.
Natasha had her hand up first, so I'm going to come to her and then I'll come to you.
Yeah, I think the point was that we would limit kind of the visual impact of the towards the housing. So I'd like to see what's proposed for there.
There is nothing specifically proposed, Natasha. They just generally said they would like to see, they would like landscaping
To limit the impact and views.
on their property. But the petitioner doesn't have right or access to do that, and they never provided any specific landscape plan or beautification plan, and they never identified where they would want that landscaping or beautification in any specific site. So, and the hearing's been closed. Artie?
I would say that there was comments on specifics on where they would want it. So I'm going back again to that bump out, and the bump out was, I don't know if I'd say 90% or something to that effect on the right of way in the road area. And then it was going to be, then some part of that bump out was going to be curving into perhaps Putnam Street, some aspect going into Putnam Street. That's, I think, where they're referring to. So some
Artie-
lands there.
Artie, do you remember the
Artie,
conditional nature
could I
of that?
respond? Could I respond to what Artie said?
Sure, just
Um,
before you do, Evans, Just
Yes.
1 second. Natasha, I see your hand is still up, so I will come to you after Evans and Paul.
No, I meant to put it down.
Okay, Paul, I'll come to you. No, I'm sorry, Paul, before I come to
Gene is
you,
before me.
Gene, I'm gonna come to Gene. Evans, floor is yours.
Thank you. So Artie, I do know what you're referring to, and there was some discussion by the person, I think, who's sort of at the corner of Putnam and Cross on the, what I guess is the north side, talking, and he said something like, "Oh, it looks like you're going to be paving part of my lawn," and the response was, "No, there's actually going to be an increase in the green space." That little, for lack of a better term, peninsula that doesn't currently exist, that's intended to impede left turns from Cross onto Putnam, is a, you know, a potential location for quote unquote landscaping, but it's not a huge area. And I don't think that any landscape attempts that were made there would have any meaningful impact on views. Maybe it was just the idea of to make it look a little nicer. And the only other thing I would say about that is that given its location, this peninsula location, I don't know whether from a snow plowing standpoint, it's a fool's errand to try to put, you know, shrubbery or something right in that little peninsula that's just going to get trashed by plows. But again, I think the main point I would want to make is, while I remember what you're referring to, I don't think that's really what the idea was of trying to limit views.
I don't, yeah, Mr. Chair, just to respond to that, I don't remember exactly the exact point as far as the view aspect of it. I don't remember that part. I do remember the comment about, you know, the neighbor said it looks like you're going into my property, and the response was, no, that's not really what's going on. But I do remember some the landscaping was going to go on there. The only thing I can imagine, will it make it look better? Perhaps will it make it more obvious that there's not a left turn there? Will it take away some of the inviting aspect of taking a left turn there? I can see that as a possibility. So if there's landscaping there, I can see that as we remove some of that desire. But to what degree, I don't know. But I know there was talk about landscaping there. That's all.
Gene?
Yes, I was just leafing through a plan, you know, this great big plan that thinking maybe this is the last, you know, the last set of plans. I do remember very well the what Artie recalled, and that is the bump out, and the owner of the land abutting the way, the corner way there, saying you're going to be going on our property doing this, and he was assured no, it would be all within the private way. But I agree that there was something said about how when it will be left in a landscape condition with grass or something, you know. Is there some words we can use that are different from, I can see the idea of concern about having words that say it's going to improve the view and everything, but just to reflect that discussion, that it also, that leads me to, where does it say in the condition, Lee, that this bump out will be provided to prevent, or not to prevent, but to discourage left turns onto Putnam?
Let me find it. It's in here. I don't remember where I put it.
I think I can find it.
Just
Yeah.
while you're finding it, my recollection specifically on that was that the traffic, I think, engineer had showed as an alternative to potentially discourage access from Cross into Putnam, that they would reconfigure the northeasterly section, and that would then make such an obviously
17.
outrageous turn to come into Putnam. But that had nothing to do with a conversation about beautification or about landscaping or about screening the development. That was solely in relation to a potential, to the applicant's response to potentially mitigating any traffic from this site moving into the Putnam Street or the driveway there into that development.
If I could jump in here, I just received a text from our engineer saying that he had said at one point in the hearing that he thinks it's a bad idea to put any significant screening in that bump out because that's going to impair sight lines. Somebody coming down Putnam and turning left onto Cross and somebody coming up Cross, you know, you're going to be impairing the view, each of those drivers' view of the other car. So I think the comment that was made was this fellow who lives on that corner saying, it looks like you're cutting into my lawn. And Mr. Mosca, Justin Mosca said, well, no, we're actually increasing the green space. I don't think he used the term landscaping, whatever that might mean. So certainly some sort of modest landscaping other than just grass could be put there, but it's going to need to be fairly low so that it's not impairing sight lines of people traveling on Cross and Putnam and sort of merging.
And it would
Well,
need to be agreed with the, you know, with the residents
Yeah,
subsequent to this decision.
just excuse me.
Go ahead, Jean, I'm sorry.
Oh, just Mr. Huber is reminding me of that discussion, and you now realize, yes, of course, you can't even though, of course, people coming out of Putnam wouldn't be taking a right, they would be taking a left to go up to Highland. If there were obstructions to their right, they might not see a car coming around the corner, and so they really has to be kept clear. And there were two options presented, and one was a larger bump out, but that would have involved removing a parking space, and the abutters objected to that. So all I want to make sure is that in the decision, there is something said about that.
I tried to capture that under section 317.
317, and then I thought maybe just eliminating the earlier additional landscaping and putting something in 317 about how it will be left. Coordinate with the neighbors, modification, barriers, location, access. Okay, so we don't have that shown on a plan, huh, that we can refer to?
Well, that's why I raised my hand. My question is, because I don't have the plans in front of me. My question is whether that bump out that Artie's referring to is shown on the latest plan. 'Cause
Yeah.
if it's on the plan-
It's not
Yeah.
shown on a plan. It's not a landscape plan. It was, I believe it was a sketch that showed that was a potential way to mitigate. But there was no concurrence from the residents of the condos, from the townhouses, in part because of the concern from losing a parking space because of a wide angle turn. And there was no further discussion about it after, you know, the question of potentially changing the angle of the northeast side that would preserve the space. There was no further discussion that I recall on it.
If
Artie,
it would be
I
helpful, if it would be helpful to the board, I have my professional team attending as viewers. Mr. Mosca is attending if you want to promote him and ask him questions about this.
I'm fine with that. And-
Yeah, Mr. Chair, before we go, so these sight lines, if we're talking something a couple of feet high, that's never going to impede on sight lines because a couple of reasons. One is double-edged sword. One is this Putnam is coming down the hill, it sees everything, which means people are coming up Arbors across, see everything coming out Putnam. And if you have some type of landscape in there that's a couple of feet high, it's never going to impede anything, any view of anything.
So,
I may, Mr. Chair.
yes,
I think the language of 317 covers what needs to be done, given the fact that this is not something that a decision was reached in the hearing, and the hearing has been closed.
mhm.
Not sure that this discussion is really appropriate for that kind of a
Right.
change. And so I'm comfortable with just the language of 317 about the petitioner coordinating with the neighbors to continue to discuss this issue, basically, and to reach a decision between the petitioner and the neighbors
And
outside of
Is that-
outside of our decision.
It says the petitioner, to your point, Paul, and I think that's valid. To your point, I'm not sure that 317 is valid as written. Petitioner shall coordinate. If the petitioner, Lee, were to provide 3 examples of different types of barriers or modifications to enable the desire, achieve the goal of 3.17, and there's no concurrence between the condo association on the one hand and other residents of the other townhouses on Putnam that are not part of that condo association, what's the liability? What's the responsibility? I'm not sure that.
To that point, Adam, the sketch that some people have in their, mental image of that Mr. Mosca presented had a sort of a peninsula that came part of the way up Cross Street, but it involved eliminating one of the spaces next to that condo on the other side of Cross Street. The people who live in that condo didn't want that parking space eliminated, but people further down Putnam might well, because the way we had drawn it with that space eliminated would be a more effective deterrent to turning left onto Putnam. So I think it's probable that there would not be agreement among the various people who live on Putnam as to what's the best way to have this peninsula built.
So Lee, given that, how is that enforced and shall coordinate also seems vague on the responsibility. It doesn't identify an opportunity to enforce. I don't know if that's a valid condition.
The only other comment I would make about this condition, and this is out of order, it's one of the ones that I wanted to bring before the board as we're concerned about, is that it refers to us coordinating with, quote, the neighbors. Well, who is that? Is that the people immediately across the street? Is it everybody on Putnam?
Right. Jean?
Well, I think to me, the concern is who has ownership rights in a particular spot of land that would be changed, as Evans was talking earlier about immediate abutters only to halfway across the way. And also, who has maintenance responsibility and rights of access over that way? And therefore some rights, I would think, in its layout. I mean, it's where the curbs are going to be and so forth. And I don't know, I mean, that takes some legal research. So it's a matter of coordinating with those who have legal rights of rights of way in the street on any changes in the construction of that street. Isn't that the issue here? It's not impossible to find out who those people are. It's all a matter of recorded instruments, isn't it?
1 second, Paul.
Yeah.
This goes to the point. This goes to the point. I'm getting very uncomfortable with all 3 conditions in 316, 317, and 318, because I agree with Evans. I don't know who he's supposed to consult with or coordinate with, because I don't know whether he should be coordinating with individual condo owners or whether he should be coordinating with the condo association board of trustees, or whether he should be consulting with all the residents along Putnam Street. And so it's
I think it was intended that he would coordinate with the condominium association board.
well, if that's what it is, that's what it should say.
And that may benefit one party on Cross, but it may be a detriment to another party on Cross.
I think we can simplify some part of this. During the hearing, as Evan, you're alluding to, there were different plans showing for that bump out, and there were two different arcs shown for the curves of that. And one of the arcs is cutting into the park, cutting away a parking space. One of them was not. And it is true that the one that cut away the parking space gave a little bit more of a deterrent but I believe I think it was generally agreed upon by everyone, or us or myself or a number of us, that it did not make well. I remember a general thought, a consensus that made no sense. We did not want to take away the parking space. They were not going to be happy with that. So to go with a smaller arc, which left the parking spaces intact, it gave it a turn. It gave as much of a turn as it can. I think that's what we basically were looking at. So I think that's what that's what we saw, and that's what we're thinking about. And as far as the boards, I agree that there's the condo board, maybe there's 2 condos, but just to agree, meet with the condo board or / boards. And we know at least one of the boards had a lawyer, and maybe that one lawyer was representing both boards for all we know. But I don't think we should eliminate. We don't think we should eliminate everything, because this is what everyone essentially is agreeing to some degree, that there's going to be some coordination, so people would be happy with, and so people would be happy in general. That's all. We should eliminate it.
He
Well,
disclosed.
I would,
Hold on. He disclosed himself. I see all the hands up. I'll come to everyone in a second. He disclosed himself already as a representative of the Gateway Condo Association, but it was not disclosed whether he represented any other residents on Putnam. Jean, Natasha, and then Evans.
I recall there were alternative plans also, as Artie said. So why can't we just have that? If it was Mr. Mosca who presented that alternative plan, can we identify it and just add it to one of the exhibits if it isn't already there? And then say that shall be done. The alternative smaller little bump out plan shall be done. And then as far as the signage, can't we just say what the sign will say and that the developer shall erect it? Put language into 3.16, that there'll be a sign erected to say that it's a private way limited to residents only, no through traffic. How would the abutters object to that?
Well, if I may,
Yes.
I have a question about whether you can limit private way access to the residents. I've done some research on this in the past for other clients who live on private ways. And I think that the law isn't really clear. I think there's authority that goes both ways, but I've definitely seen authority that says you cannot deny access to traverse a private way. You can't, the public cannot park on the private way. They can't stop and and sit with picnic baskets next to the road on the private way, but you can't stop them from traversing on it. And the example that I have is a client of mine lived on a private way, and this was on the Cape, and the private way led to a beach at the end of the private way, and there was a parking area right near that beach. And people who did not live along the private way were driving down that private way to get to that beach, and the residents wanted to prohibit it. And my research showed that they didn't have the right to do that. The public has access to traverse a private way. Now, in this particular case, what we have is Putnam Street, which I believe is a dead-end street. And then coming off of Putnam Street to get to Highland Avenue are 2 private driveways that belong to the condominium association or belong to the condominium. And it's on those 2 private driveways that I think you can prohibit. Now, how do you enforce it? But you can prohibit, you can have signage that says that those private driveways are private property and there's no access to Highland Avenue.
Well, Paul, I think you just made a key point. Putnam is a dead-end street. So it is very common that dead-end streets have a sign that says dead-end street.
Yep.
Well, hold on. Before we continue on that, Natasha also had her hand up, and then I'm going to come to Evans. Evan, sorry, Natasha.
I agree with Jean. I mean, I think it would be good to have the plan that was shown to us as part of this, and there's a reason why this is in here, which is the discussion that we had, that there should be some type of visual, limit the visual impact. I don't think we should take this out.
Well, we may not have the legal authority to put it in, Natasha. That's the question.
Well, I mean, why couldn't we just word it to say that they shall coordinate with the residents of the Gateway Condominium Association to develop and maintain those modifications or barriers consistent with the plan and reference the plan that we saw that was presented at that location.
I would be
So-
okay with that.
I understand that, but what if, 1 second, Evans. What if by doing that, Lee, we're inadvertently creating a disadvantage or a harm or an adverse impact to other residents that are on Putnam that are not part of that condo association?
How is that bump out with a smaller arc creating any type of disadvantage?
It's not necessarily for us to determine or to know that. It's you know, it's at this time. But
Well,
it's
of
still-
course it is. Of course it is. I mean,
disagree
all
with
the
you,
traffic
Adam.
going on the cross street creates a disadvantage to them, but we're saying that's acceptable for this development. I understand that. But we're
Evan?
saying
Evans,
it makes sense. It was on the plan. It was presented to us what they were suggesting they do. Of course it was.
Evans, go ahead.
Thanks. Listening to this conversation, I think part of what's going on right now is that some members are talking about condition 2.0C and others are talking about 3.16 and 3.17. I think when Natasha just commented,
3.18.
she was, yeah, I'm sorry, 3. But
3.18, yeah.
you know, so let's just keep separate any discussion about quote unquote landscaping from this discussion about the bump out, and just so that we're clear on what we are agreeing or disagreeing on. With respect to the landscaping, I think, you know, I would echo your concerns that you stated at the beginning of this, Adam, that we're talking about something that we don't know. There's no definition around what this might mean. No plan was presented by the proponents of this idea. We don't even know where this would be located or how extensive it would be. So I don't think it's fair or appropriate or within the board's authority to tell us that we have to do something that nobody really knows what it is, and we have to agree with some group of people to which we may or may not be able to reach agreement with.
So
With respect to the bump out, Mr. Mosca's here. Maybe he can answer the question about exactly which bump out we're talking about, but I would agree with Jean, subject to whatever weight you want to give to Paul's comment about whether or not we even have the authority to do this. But I do think it's better to take the approach that Jean said, which is say you are going to do X or Y, not you are going to meet with some people and hopefully reach agreement about what X and Y are going to be.
So I want to be clear. We're not referring in this moment directly about 316, 317, or 318. We're really focused for this purposes on removing C from 2.0. Correct?
Fine, and let's just focus on that
Let's
right now
wait this.
and
Okay.
make a decision about whether to leave it in or take it out.
So purely as a matter of law, as Paul pointed out, and then I think as Evans pointed out and I questioned, that it's vague and there was no specific landscape or beautification plan that was presented to us. And it requires the petitioner to come up with a future agreement with unknown parties. I don't see that 2C is valid. Artie, do you agree with that? And it'll just kind of take a little tab poll, yes or no. across-
I would say that if we don't have any authority, that there would be landscaping at a spot where they are gonna put a bump out, then we don't have any authority to say they're gonna put a bump out. But they've agreed they're gonna put a bump out, and we can just say that bump out shall be landscaped.
I don't. think-
I'm fine, I'm fine not saying what it has to be, but
So
if we have
not a
authority
bump
to
out.
say, hold on, if we have the authority to say there's gonna be, I appreciate that. But if we have the authority to say that the plan that's presented to us, version A or B will be the one that's built, then we also can say, well, that shall be landscaped. I'm not gonna say what, right now, I don't even care about what it will be. But if we have authority to say, yes, it's gonna be built as presented, then that shall be landscaped.
We're kind of isolating the conversation to the landscaping, and no landscaping plan was presented or discussed either by the applicant or by the neighbors for that specific spot. So I just want to go yes or no very quickly through the board to determine if we have consensus on whether we have legal authority to include 2C as written, or if we don't. And then we'll entertain subsequent discussion on the other points. So Artie, it's kind of like a thumbs up or thumbs down scenario.
I do not agree with it as written. No, I do not agree with it as written.
Paul?
Okay, thank you. I think it should come out.
Mhm.
Sure, I'm not even sure that it matters whether we have legal authority or not here, because I'm reading this for landscaping along the easterly side of Cross Street that has nothing to do with the bump out. Artie is reading it as the bump out.
No,
this is
Paul,
bump-
I just said I agree with it. I do not agree with it as written. It is not correct as written.
Right,
So
so
I'm not seeing it as a bump
I,
out.
it is incredibly vague, and it's for landscaping on property that they don't control. And so I think 2C just has to come out.
Natasha?
I don't know if it's legal or not. I just think we need to see the plan that was chosen to us and refer to it in whatever part of the decision it's appropriate to be in.
Jean?
I agree that we can eliminate and should eliminate 2.0. And I agree with Natasha that we should reference the bump out plan, but later in section wherever it belongs, I think 3.
We'll come to three. Yeah.
3.17, I think.
Yeah.
We'll come to that, but so it sounds like there's three potential 4 votes on, or 4 votes on eliminating 2C. Is that correct? And Natasha, your potential, but not entirely clear. Is that right? So we would remove 2C? I just want to give Lee direction.
That's fine. Well, I mean, I think Jean's right. If the idea is to provide the landscaping at the bump out, that can be managed through 317, and this paragraph can be deleted.
So we'll strike 2C. Evans, that was the first of your comments. So let's go back to you.
Thank you.
Other
Okay,
points.
the next one that we will get to 3.1617, so we're not ignoring that, but I'm just taking them in numerical order. 3.5, which has to do with hours of operation. So my feeling about this is you could certainly see circumstances. I mean, these are going to be professionally staffed buildings because, some people are workaholics, they're night owls. People would be staying late or getting there early. Doctors' offices, they're doing paperwork after they stop seeing patients. I don't think it's appropriate and I don't think the board has the power to tell us that we can't operate the building except between the hours of 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. This is an as of right use with no waivers or special permit requested, as you have pointed out, Adam. So under those circumstances, I don't think that you have the authority to limit this, and I don't think it's a reasonable limitation, even if you did have the authority.
I would just say that we have imposed this requirement on other medical office buildings. We recently imposed it on Tudoldi's mixed use project on Oak Street.
Jean?
Could it be narrowed so that the open to patients for between 8 AM and 5 PM and 6 PM. But I certainly understand that workers may arrive earlier for a variety of reasons. But if it were just, as far as open for medical, is patients the right word? The users
Well,
of the medical.
So Jean, I appreciate the comment, and I was sort of thinking something along those lines myself, except to say that we're all working people, or, maybe some of us are retired, but can certainly understand that people who work, they want those doctor's appointments first thing in the morning or at the end of the day. And so there are some people who would probably want to be able to come to the doctor's office at 7 or 7:30 if the doctor was offering that as an office hour, or at 6:30 or 7. So I do understand the desire to, to some extent to limit this, but I would certainly ask that the board at a minimum limit this condition in the way that Jean just suggested, but also perhaps expand the hours so that it's not 8 AM to 6 PM, patients, I don't know, 7 AM to 6:30 or something.
Paul?
So are we saying that if a patient calls a doctor on a Saturday or a Sunday and says, "Doctor, I'm having a problem, can you see me?" The doctor says, "I'm sorry, I can't see you in my office, or I'd be violating this site plan special permit. You'll have to go to the emergency room." I'm sorry, this is a medical office building. We're talking about doctors who see patients all the time, who have patients who call in the middle of the night, "Doctor, I'm in pain." Now, usually you get, well, go to the emergency room because the doctor doesn't want to get up and get out of bed in the middle of the night to go to his office. But, I agree with, I'm not sure that this is an appropriate condition. And, now limiting it to patients takes away part of the problem because, right, are we saying that the doctors can't go in there on weekends to do their paperwork? I don't think we should be doing that.
So if we said the medical office building may be open to provide medical services directly to patients, directly to patients,
So a
How
patient,
about
and leave off the 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday, and then change it to 7 AM to 6 or whatever. And
how
so a
about,
patient shows up at
I propose-
5:30 and it winds up
One at a
taking.
time, one at a time, one at a time. There's 3 people talking, it's impossible.
So a
Evan,
patient shows up at 5:30 and it turns out that they can't get it accomplished in half an hour. And the patient is there until 7 o'clock. Are they going to be in violation of the site plan special permit? And so when the patient is leaving that building at 7 o'clock, some neighbor across the street is going to call the building commissioner and complain that there's been a violation and they want something.
Evans,
I got a problem with it.
Evans.
Thank you. So I would say, it sounds like maybe we at least agree that if there is going to be any restriction, it would be limited to patients, not to staff or the people that work there. But to the extent that you are thinking of imposing any restriction, I do agree with Paul. I would strongly prefer not to see any such restriction for the reasons he's articulating. But if you nevertheless want to impose a restriction, notwithstanding his extremely well articulated arguments,
Thank you, Evans.
I would say, expand the time period and then say these shall not be exceeded except under emergency circumstances or something, so that if somebody does need to be there in an unusual circumstance, it won't be a problem.
And otherwise, the hours of 7 AM to 6 PM is fine?
I would go to 7 PM.
Yeah.
Okay. Artie, your hand is up.
Yeah, I
Except
don't-
in emergency circumstances.
Yeah, I agree. I
You know,
agree.
I
with- I
recognize
agree. I agree with
Artie.
those emergency situation circumstances. I don't have a big problem with 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The problem I have is, and again, I have a problem with changing it. The problem I have is this: at the meetings, it is specifically asked, what are the operations out of this facility going to be? And we are, in the response to us is, it's going to be 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's what we're told it's going to be. So at the public hearings, we're told what it's going to be. Everyone, all the people in the public coming to hear what's going to happen at that is what's told it's going to be. Then now after the fact, no, we can't do that. That's not fair. It doesn't seem right. Then after the fact, when the public isn't here, then something different is asked for. I have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with changing the hours. I don't have a problem with the emergency situations. I don't have a problem with some of the staff going, wanting to be there till 9 p.m. Okay. I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem that when we're told something, then after the fact, we're told, no, you can't abide by that when you're the ones telling us that in the first place. I do have a problem with that.
Thanks, Artie. Good point.
That was
Evans,
part of my question as to whether there was a representation to us as to what the hours were.
do we have a
In the application.
finding?
I would respond to that by saying, I don't know, I don't recall any such representation. I'm not gonna say Artie's wrong. I don't remember that. I would be surprised if we said that, but
There was the condition got put in there because there was a representation. We were told the cleaning staff was just gonna be in there at night and, they would have shades on the windows, and if they were cleaning the spaces, the light would be, cut off from the shades, but nobody was really gonna be there. I mean, this didn't fall out of nowhere.
well, I do remember the discussion about the cleaning staff, Lee. I remember that being raised or mentioned by Jody Zussman. I don't remember specifically saying, office hours are going to be limited 8 to 6.
Lee, where's that representation in the findings?
It was a statement that was made at one of the hearings. I mean, it was just.
The findings includes other statements that have been made to us. So I don't see it in the findings here where they
Yeah.
represented their hours.
I was
No.
looking for it too. I don't see it.
Artie, did you have another comment?
No, yeah, thank you. I mean, it's perfectly logical that question would have been asked. I think that's almost a given. That question would have been asked, what are the hours? Especially since there was a statement as far as when the cleaning staff was going to be there, and to make sure that the lights are shaded down so the neighbors aren't being disturbed unnecessarily. So it is perfectly logical that a statement of operating hours would have been made. And I do remember basically the 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Again, I do not have a problem with changing the hours. I think that's fair to change the hours, expand them a little bit. I think that's okay. Although I think the neighbors would prefer it stop at 6, but I think it would be acceptable that it goes to 7 and starts at 7. I think that would be okay.
My client is texting me to say that her memory of this conversation was that this was, it was not stated as something definitive. To the extent operating hours were discussed, it was not a specific, like, this is what we are proposing, or this is what we will agree to, or there will, it was not as specific as that.
But a statement was made of what the operating hours were going to be.
Mhm.
Yes, it was. A statement was made.
I remember a question and I remember a discussion, but I don't know that it was, I wouldn't say that what I had heard was, definitive, and that it broke out the hours of operation between, other than cleaning staff, between patient care and doctors, writing into their notes after having seen patients during the day. So I couldn't say that it was specific by function. So on that basis,
Well, notwithstanding your misgiving, Artie, which I understand, as you remember the discussion, if you're willing to agree that the condition, that the operating hours could be 7 to 7, and then there could be an exception for patient hours, 7 to 7, and exceptions for emergency. If you're willing to agree to that, that would be fine. Thank you.
I think that's perfectly reasonable. I don't think I think we would always have to agree to some type of emergency situation, although the odds are they're gonna be at the hospital, but that's okay, but that's still, you never know. No one's ever gonna deny someone an emergency situation. That makes no sense.
Well, that actually happened to me already when I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. I don't,
What happened? What happened?
the.
Yeah, that's because
I mean,
the doctor, that's because the
the-
doctor didn't want to go in the office. That's
No,
different.
I went to the doctor's office and they turned me away and I was hospitalized immediately as a result.
Oh,
Uh,
well, we
so-
shouldn't have, then we make sure that's not
Need a
allowed.
lawyer, Adam?
What's that?
You need a lawyer?
So,
It sounds like we have an agreement on the language I proposed or
We do.
something similar. The medical office building may be open to provide medical services directly to patients, 7 AM to 7 PM, except in emergency circumstances or.
6 days, Monday through Saturday.
And Jean, just to add to what you just said, that's great, thank you, but just make it clear that that does not mean that, doctors can't come in on weekends or first thing in the morning, or their staff to do paperwork or whatever it is that they do,
Why don't we start with patient services shall be provided? How does
I
that
think
sound?
the
What
word
about the-
may was
may,
used
not
because-
shall.
because they don't have to provide them.
Right, okay, yes, patient services may be provided.
Mhm.
6 days a week, Monday through Thursday.
That's
Between,
6 days, Monday through Thursday?
sorry, Monday through Saturday.
Can you not read or can you not count?
7 to 7. And
That's
then we're,
dog- I
then
think
we're
that's
silent.
dog
Evans.
years.
Then we're silent, Evans, on, on the question of whether or not a doctor is in at, is in at 7:30, completing their notes on their patient files.
All right, well, if you want to just say that because that language doesn't say anything one way or the other about when a doctor can come in, then if that's what we agree that means, that's fine.
That's how I interpreted that, Evans.
So it won't say the medical building may be open.
No, it will say patient services may be
Exactly,
provided.
exactly. So we're
Okay.
not setting a limit on the medical building being open.
I think we're lurching towards agreement on this. Thank you.
If we're gonna have if we do have something in there, my apologies for not knowing where it is, related to the cleaning staff and shades being pulled. I think it's fair to make certain that that applies to every time, every time after 7 PM.
What do you-
I mean,
what do you-
it sounds like we have there was some statement made about the cleaning staff and make sure that we minimize the light going to the neighbors, the residences next door.
I
so
think we
that-
covered that in her sections on the light
section?
situation.
Yeah.
That relate to lighting.
Yeah.
Just,
I'm very concerned
not-
about that. I was
one at a time.
quite satisfied.
Not to beat a dead horse here, but Artie, my client has pointed out to me, they've just texted me the meeting minutes on the Needham website, say that we stated 7 AM to 7 PM.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
now.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
I'm
We're
glad,
good.
I do want to make a note of this because this is not the first medical office building we've conditioned. So to our staff, Lee and Alex, I'm asking you specifically that, that on all similar type special permit requests or site plan review special permit requests, that we're more clear in our questions on the hours of operation. So to Artie's point, we're never in a situation where there's one representation and then a developer is asking for additional relief that had not otherwise been communicated at a time of an open hearing. So it sounds like we have new language. Lee, are you clear on the new language for 3.5?
The language that I have is that patient services may be provided 6 days per week, Monday through Saturday, 7 AM to 7 PM. These services, these shall not be exceeded, except in emergency circumstances.
Good.
Natasha, do you have any comments or objections or questions on that?
No, not at this time.
So that's 3.5. Evans,
Okay, now we're back to 3.16.
Actually, I just wanted to thank Evans. Thank you for them finding it, because that makes me feel better about the neighbors hearing that time frame. So
Okay,
thank you
sure,
for finding it. Thank you.
sure. So let's just take them one at a time. 3.16. At one point in the discussion of this, Gene had said, well, rather than making us coordinate with neighbors and so forth, why don't you just say they're going to put a sign up? And I think that's a simpler solution. So, if you want to just say, we will put a sign up at the corner of Putnam and Cross that says, no entry, or whatever the sign's supposed to say, that's fine. And it eliminates this idea that we have to coordinate with some
Yes.
undefined group of neighbors.
So let us,
I think Paul made a good point that Putnam is a dead end street, and everything off of that is extremely private property. So technically, it is a dead end street. It's a dead end street that they were going to. So it's
Yeah.
very common to have a sign that says dead end street.
And private,
saying-
dead end, private way.
Dead
'Cause
end
it is a
private
dead
way.
end private way.
I would consider adding the language, no access to Highland Avenue.
Ah, with no access to Highland Avenue. That's
So-
good.
So dead end, no access to Highland Avenue.
All right, so just so long as 3.16 is changed to just say, we're gonna put that sign up. We don't have to consult anybody. We don't have to agree with anybody.
Right.
We're just gonna do it.
Shall
I think
erect,
they'd be perfectly happy with that. language.
petitioner shall erect and pay for a sign at the entrance to the effect that, and the language
I don't
would,
know that we have to say we'll pay for it, because if they're putting it up, they're incurring the expense, the
well, I guess that's true. So
Whatever.
erect,
material, but
yeah,
I want to be clear on the specific language of the sign. Petitioner
Mhm.
shall erect signage to be placed at the corner of Putnam, and we should probably specify north or south corner of Putnam and Cross.
it just says point of entry, that's okay, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, point of entry. They can decide where the best view is, whether it's north or south.
And the sign shall say,
It is a dead end private way with no access to Highland Avenue. And that way we get away from saying limited to residents only, because Paul said there could be some issues. So petitioner shall erect a signage to be placed at the point of entry onto Putnam Street to the effect that it is a dead end private way with no access to Highland Avenue.
that's good.
Good.
It sounds like Evans, you're okay with that?
Yes,
And Natasha and Artie?
Yes.
Natasha,
Yes.
Paul, you're okay with that?
Sounds great.
Okay, very good. So Lee, you're clear now on 316,
Yes.
okay?
okay. Next, thank you. 3.17. So this has got that same issue about, quote unquote, coordinating with the neighbors, but it's more significant because, as I said earlier, I do think that different people on Putnam will have different views about what's the appropriate way to have this peninsula. Is it stick further up Cross Street? Is it more modest so that you don't have to eliminate a parking spot? And then there's this other issue that Paul raised, which is, do we even have the legal authority to be placing barriers in a private way that impede access? I mean, we all think that would be a good idea in some, to reduce this cut through problem, but I do think there's some concern that you are requiring us to do something that maybe we don't have the legal authority to do. And that nobody has the legal authority to do. So I would have that concern. But at a minimum, if we're going to continue with something like this, I would want it to be clearer what we are being required to do, and not that we have to, quote unquote, agree with the neighbors or reach consensus with the neighbors. And I would ask if Justin, if there is a drawing, I know Justin is listening, Justin, if there's a drawing that shows this more modest
Yep.
peninsula that can be referred to.
So if I'm trying to remember, and I'm having a hard time recalling, I don't recall submitting a drawing that had the reduced one. I think I might have marked it up during and I can do that again here, just so we can see what we're talking about. So give me 1 second.
While you're
And-
doing that, Justin, Jean, you have your hand up. Are you okay if we continue with Justin?
Yes, yes, I
Okay.
am. Yeah. I'll put my hand down for now.
So this is the drawing. Is this coming through? You guys?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the drawing that you currently have. This was the updated version. And this is the one that was discussed, and it had that parking space, that last parking space coming out. So I was just doing a very quick markup on here, saying that we could easily, we could easily do something that that moves that. I don't know why it's not cooperating. Right, it moved the curb line a little more like this, where it's saving that spot. It's just coming in. It'll be a little less dramatic on the, a little less pronounced on that corner, but it'll still be something that is clear with that signage, right? We already have some signage of the no left turn, but we can add all the signage you guys just talked about to that. So that is the, it sounds like the direction that everybody wants to go with. That's what it would look like, is something like this that preserves the parking space and then still has a, an island that comes out, and that wouldn't necessarily preclude people from traversing on Putnam Street, because you could still come from Highland Ave and come this way, and you can come from Putnam Street and come this way. So legally, I don't know if it, what that is. I'm not an attorney, but all we're preventing is this turn here, is my understanding. So you're
Okay,
still able to traverse on Putnam Street.
All right, so to the extent that Justin's comment just at least somewhat addressed Paul's concern, what I would like out of this condition is just some clarity about what it is we're being required to do, rather than, some ambiguous requirement of agreeing with people.
So wait a minute, is this on the plan?
No, the plan that you have in front of you right now looks like this.
And is this plan specifically?
I'm looking at the language that says proposed improvements to Putnam Street and Cross Street, subject to written approval and consent of abutters as may be required. Is that language on the plan?
Oh, yes.
Referenced in our exhibits?
This note here,
Yes.
this note is on the plan you're looking at here, is the plan that's referenced in your exhibits. It's the
That's-
updated
that's-
one from, I think it was Halloween. I think it was October 31st.
So why do we have to say anything if it's on the plan?
Because you're gonna have to change it so that it doesn't grab that parking space.
But this is beautiful language. Can't we
it's subject- but
import
it's
that
subject to
language
approval.
into 3.17?
It says.
Consent
it's
of the
subject to
abutters as may be
approval and
required.
consent of the abutters as may be required.
Yeah. And can we say, and you know how we have plan, a modification section of our decisions, that this particular plan will be modified so that it can be accomplished without the elimination of the parking spaces, any parking space on Cross.
Yes. Yes, we would do, I think we would probably manage it that way, and then we would have this condition referenced back to that plan.
Yeah,
And then the section, Justin, that you have the hatch mark after the red line would obviously be clear.
Correct. That would remain a parking space here.
So
Maybe next
Now-
wasn't the best way to go.
So the parking
Well-
space remains, it's
Yep,
not
correct.
removed, and so
With-
the island is a different shape.
Correct. So this island, and I'm going to be probably terrible at freehanding this, but this island would just be a little less pronounced. It's probably going to be more something like that, because you need the travel lane width to be,
Slightly longer arm.
yeah, everything's going to be
Correct.
offset a little bit with that change in geometry.
So it's 3.17 or whatever. Is it on the, hold on, let me just sketch here. Is it on
Evans,
this,
I see your hands up. I'll come to you in a minute.
is it on this side, or is it on this side, or is it both?
The only parking spaces that exist right now are on the south side, which is the right side on this plan. So there's I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's 5 spaces. I don't think there's an extra one down here. So there's 5 spaces there now. We were previously proposing to take one of them out to make this more pronounced, but those 5 spaces will remain, and it'll just, that striping will come to that last space. There's no parking to the left.
I understand that, but the proposed improvements, are they on both sides of the Putnam Street?
Yes, those are, that's that island we were talking about previously on the left side. Those are
Right.
proposed improvements over there.
Okay.
So
Thank
yeah,
you.
it's not really an island, it's more just the bump up. Bump up's probably a better word.
So
Evan?
Justin, could you just clarify for me what specific drawing you have on the screen that you're modifying here?
This is C3.01.
And what's the date of that plan?
Current date of this plan is the 31st of October.
So that sheet would have to be modified as part of our
Yes.
plan set. Okay.
To today, December 19.
Well, now we'll just do it as a plan modification under paragraph 2.0
Right.
to implement what he's talking about, and then that becomes part of the approved plan set.
Now, Evans, you had a comment?
Yes, I have a concern here. This language, I don't know if you're proposing to put the kind of language that's in this bubble in this condition, but as I'm reading this, I'm thinking as a lawyer, well, first of all, I'm not really sure whose consent would be required. Would it be just the people in this, on these 2 corners? The owners of that property on these 2 corners? Would it be everybody down Putnam Street? I don't know the answer to that question. And I guess the question then would be, I foresee a potential scenario, depending on how big the universe of people whose consent would be required. I foresee a potential scenario in which it never happens because, somebody complains to the planning board, well, they never did that bump out. And we say, well, we didn't do it because we didn't get consent from, Joe Blow, who lives up Putnam. And then there's an argument about whether or not we tried hard enough to get his consent and all this sort of thing. So I'm concerned about that.
I think that's a valid concern.
Should have been raised when we discussed this in an open meeting.
I think that it was because, and I recall that because I think the attorney had one comment, and if it wasn't an attorney, it was a resident of the Gateway condos behind the fence here on the south side of Putnam. And there were other comments from residents on the north side of Putnam, which are part of a separate ownership. And I don't know that there was 100% of residents attending and concurring at that meeting of what that bump up would be. I mean, ultimately, I think this new geometry, road geometry, improves the condition of Putnam Street. So, but I guess you actually can't legally redraw that street, redraw that private way.
Well, he's not withdrawing the private way. He's just changing what he's constructing within the private way. He's changing what he's constructing within the private way, but he's not changing the boundaries of the private way. So already you have a paved surface there. You're just changing the nature of that paved surface within the right of way.
And you're not adversely impacting any of the abutters on the north or south side of Putnam. None of this is disturbing the land of the other property owners on
No, but Evans has a good point about where it says it's subject to written approval and consent of abutters as may be required.
So my
That
point
may-
is to remove it. Remove that subject to.
Um,
Gene?
I don't know that they've got the right to do it.
Yeah, but it
Well,
says
that
as
was-
may
that was
be
my- That was
required.
my question. That was my
This-
question. Jean?
It seems to me that it's not impossible to figure out who has what rights. And to have wording that says, that this change will be made to the extent allowed, under the rights that the applicant has within, Cross Street. And to the extent, you know, I don't think they have any rights within Putnam Street, so it really be whatever rights it can have, whatever rights the applicant has within Cross Street to make this improvement. And let it be a legal opinion on the part of the, of,
I don't think they have any rights.
you
They're
don't think
on
they have any
property.
rights within Cross Street as?
No, they have the right, they may have the right to do something on their half of Cross Street, but they only own to the middle of Cross Street, and this is on the other side.
But just because you only own to the middle of a private way doesn't mean you can't engage in improvements of
No, Gene,
and maintenance of the public way. Yeah.
Gene, no,
Private
Gene,
way.
Gene, where do you say, where do you have authority that says that any abutter to a private way can make improvements to the private way on his own?
Well, then we're back to figuring out who has the rights and getting.
I don't think
approval.
anybody has the right. I think everybody has to get together. If they're gonna make improvements to a private way, if you've got a private way that has potholes on it, somebody's gonna fill those, somebody has the right to fill those potholes. Who does? Everybody on the private way has to get together and agree to fill the potholes because they're all responsible for paying for it. And if some of the neighbors don't want to pay for it, okay, that's why you see private ways that have plenty of potholes, because some of the neighbors want to keep the potholes so that people don't drive on it. If Putnam Street between here and those driveways is full of potholes, then people aren't going to use it to go to Highland Avenue. And that may be their best solution, is to tear up the street and not fix it. Because the
Lee?
town has no obligation to
All
do
right.
anything.
Well, if consent of abutters is required, I mean, to the extent that consent of abutters may be required, and that's the way it's worded, subject to written approval and consent of abutters as may be required. So get the consent. If they can't get the consent from those who have the right to say yes or no,
Gene, I don't.
then they won't be
Evans,
able
I
to
don't know
do
what
it.
it is. I really
Before-
don't know whether that's everybody on Putnam Street or if it's only these
It's-
We
particular
don't know
neighbors who
that
live
right
here.
today, but it's not unknowable.
How much
Evans,
money
I'll
are you
come to you in
gonna
a second.
force them to spend on a legal opinion as to whose consent they have to get?
Paul, your point's well taken. I will come to you, Evans, in a second. I understand your point as well, Gene, but Artie has his hand up. It came up before.
Yeah,
Before.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll word it this way. At the public hearing, it was very specifically stated by the developer that they were going to do, this is part of what they were going to do to mitigate the concerns and mitigate the traffic going into that neighborhood. It was part of the whole development, part of the whole package presented. It was what everyone was taking in. So if this isn't going to be done, then we'll open the hearing again, right, or start all over again. But this was part of what was specifically said was going to be happening. So that means we have to find a way to make it happen. We have to start again to some degree. I prefer to find a way to make it happen.
Thank you, Artie. Evans.
I would respectfully disagree with Artie. We did not say this is what we're going to do. We were trying to come up with, no, Artie, let me finish. We were trying to come up with various ways to address the concerns about cut through on Putnam. And we said, here is one possibility that could help. We did not say, this is what we're going to do. I guarantee you we didn't say that because I wouldn't have let him say it for the kinds of reasons that Paul's articulating now.
And that's my recollection too.
Except for, is this on the plan now, this improvement? Is this on the plan now?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and
And
this
you
is
have
on
the
the,
word proposed, Artie.
I get, no, I get that, I find, no, I get that, okay? We're talking technicalities as far as what's being told to the public, saying here, this is what we're gonna do. Or propose.
No, they didn't
fine, this
say
is what
that,
we're-
Artie.
Fine,
They
this is what
said
we're
that's actually
proposing.
correct.
facility.
This is
They
what we're gonna
didn't say they were
propose.
gonna do it.
Propose to mitigate mitigate the situation. Oh, great, that looks great. Thank you for doing that, neighbors. Thank you very much. Okay,
That's not the
legal.
sequence of
Don't-
events already.
the sequence of events was, it was being proposed to the neighbors as a way to mitigate the situation. People are very happy with that. But all
It
of a sudden,
was-
all of a
Artie, the
sudden it became
distinction,
legal.
the distinction that we're making, Artie, is that it was raised as an option, but it was not agreed to by, and we didn't know at the, who the all ownership of Putnam Street is. So it was proposed, I recall specifically as Evans had stated, that it was proposed as an option, but there was no concurrence by the 100% of the ownership of Putnam Street.
But
So-
we're not talking them causing the problem of this not occurring. Them getting 100% buy-in. That's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about how something is proposed. A number of people being quite happy with that, whether it be radius A or radius B, then all of a sudden coming back to say by the developer, I'm sorry, we have a problem doing that in the first place. We can't do it.
Evans?
We have the legal right to do it. That we
So-
can't come back
so
and say
I
that. We have to
recognize
tell them.
Evans. Artie, I recognize Evans. Go ahead.
So Artie, if you look at the language in the bubble, it doesn't say we're gonna do this. It says we're gonna do it subject to written approval and consent of abutters as may be required. For
I get that,
exactly the
yeah.
reason that we're discussing now. So
Right,
no,
right.
no, you can't say we said in a public meeting, we're gonna do this. We said we're gonna do this if we get the appropriate consents, and we don't know exactly what that is. Now,
Right.
now, let me finish, please. I think at a minimum, if the board wants to put something in here about this, there should be some language that says that we are only required to make reasonable efforts to get such consent. We're not required to go to the ends of the earth to try to get consent. We need to, first of all, it would need to be determined whose consent is required, and then we, make reasonable efforts to get that consent. And if we can't, then this thing dies on the vine.
To determine whose consent is needed and make reasonable efforts. Yeah, I like that kind of language.
I'm perfectly fine if the fact that you have to have legal authority by the abutters to make this occur. If that can't be used as a stumbling block to stop this from happening by the abutters. I agree with that part. That's perfectly reasonable.
So, yeah, let's try to see if we can get some wording along the lines that Evan said about the applicant will determine what
Applicant-
approvals are needed and make reasonable efforts to obtain such approvals.
Applicant will use reasonable efforts to make the proposed improvements to the Putnam Cross Street intersection as shown on the plan without the elimination of a parking space. Because it's not clear on the plan about the elimination of a parking space.
Well, but Paul, you need to have something in there about, and we are only required to make reasonable efforts to obtain this consent.
Well, that's what's as shown on the plan, Evans. That's why I said as shown on the plan.
Oh, I think we need to be more specific than that in our wording. We just copy the words from the plan.
Okay, add it in.
Please put the word reasonable in there somewhere.
Yeah, well, I was gonna ask for best efforts, but I guess I'll go with reasonable efforts. I could have asked for diligent efforts, but.
And I could have asked for minimal efforts.
Yeah,
So-
well, yeah. Does that make sense though? Minimal. effort.
I was
You don't wanna go that way.
attaching the phrase reasonable efforts to the determination of who needs to approve and obtaining that approval.
I agree with that.
And
Jim.
then, because the doing the work is not that difficult, they can do it, it's.
Yeah, if they have the right to do it.
Yeah, so, Can we come up with that wording right here and now, or is that a little bit more difficult and?
I think you just said it, Chief.
Yeah,
I think you did too.
Is the language just basically petitioner will make reasonable efforts to implement the improvements to Putnam and Cross Street as shown on the plan as modified by this decision?
No, there's
No?
additional language that Jean is proposing.
Yeah.
But petitioner will make reasonable efforts to determine whose consent is required for the plan for the improvements shown on the plan as modified, and to obtain such consent.
yes, that's very good.
What's the definition of reasonable efforts?
Yeah. So if you could.
Got to
put
go to
that-
law school to find out the answer to that question.
Yeah, Artie, how many hours do you have to read the cases interpreting reasonable efforts?
I'm telling you, I'm sorry, guys, this may sound funny, but this may be hilarious, but something was presented at the meetings saying, this is the proposed, what they want to do, and, to get the abutters consent as required. And I don't want this to fall away because of something I understand one person's reasonable may not be reasonable to the other person, but I don't want this falling away, because from what I'm hearing right now, I'm hearing from the proponents that they don't think we have any authority at all to do this.
I'm
And
not
so-
Well, so Artie, first of all, I would say as a general proposition, because this is an as of right use with no waivers, and therefore this is not, despite what this decision says, this is not a special permit, it is site plan review. I do not think you have the authority to impose a lot of these conditions. We're going along with many of them, not objecting to them because they are things we're planning to do anyway. This particular one is potentially legally problematic, and we never said, we're going to do it full stop. We said this is a proposed solution which could work if we get the consent to do it, and we don't know the extent to which that consent is required. If it turns out that a legal opinion is that you have to get the consent of everybody who lives along Putnam Street, and some contrarian who lives along Putnam Street says, no, I do not agree, then I don't think quite apart from whether you had the authority to require it in the first place, it's certainly unreasonable to tell us that we have to do it even if somebody says we can't. Somebody who has the authority to object says we can't.
That's certainly understandable.
So on that basis, Artie, you agree with the revised wording for 3.17?
That'll serve, especially with what's being said, if one person objects, then that could end it right there.
So, Lee, are you clear on 3.7?
Yes. I'm gonna modify it and I'll do a plan modification.
And then the no parking sign, that's 318. I d- don't,
318, I'd ask that we just do the same thing that we did with 316, which is just says,
316, yeah.
we're just gonna put it, we're not gonna coordinate and agree, we're
Right.
just gonna put a sign there that says no parking.
Right.
Mhm.
We have the legal right to say dead end, private way, no access to Highland Ave. Do we have that right to put that sign up there?
I don't think anybody's going to object to that, Artie.
No. There's
Well,
already,
and the other thing is.
there
that
is
if the- if-
already
One
a
at a time,
sign
Keith.
there.
One at a time.
May I? There's already a sign there. It's hidden by a bush. And it says something like that already, though it's not as good as this language. Nobody's going to object to it.
Yes, Evans.
Yeah, with respect to the signs, 316 and 318, if somebody objects to it and it appears that they have a legal basis for doing so, the solution is you take the sign down. It's not a big deal.
Right.
I agree that the language should not say shall coordinate with the neighbors.
Mhm.
And or who's paying for it. Again, shall erect a sign with a specific wording about what the sign says and specific wording on where it's gonna be placed.
So Adam, if you're not coordinating with the neighbors, who are you coordinating with?
They're not coordinating, they're just gonna put the signs up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay,
That parking by patients and employees of the petitioner is strictly prohibited. Violators will be towed. You see that everywhere in private property. Violators will be towed or may be towed. Yeah.
So Lee, are you clear on the revised language now for 317 and 318 and 319, I think?
No, it's 316, 317, and 318.
Thank you. 316, 317.
So what is the language for the signs here then, Jean, for this, for under 18? What is the sign language?
Well, what we had here is well, petitioner shall erect appropriate signage be placed on Cross Street adjacent to parking by residents of Gateway Townhouse, that parking by patients and employees. Isn't that okay, the way we had it?
Yeah.
As long as we take out the coordination business?
Okay,
Is that okay? I don't see why it's not.
I think I would
It's kind of a
say,
long,
to
long
erect-
wording.
I would
Oh,
say
maybe.
so I
maybe
was
we can
asking what
change
was
it.
the language for 318?
petitioner shall erect a sign to be placed on Cross Street adjacent to parking by residents of Gateway Townhouses condominium, that parking by patients and employees of the petitioners is strictly prohibited, and that violators shall be towed at the owner's expense.
I'm not sure that we want to say just a sign. I think appropriate signs, because it may be more appropriate. We've got 5 parking spaces there. You may need more than one sign.
Well, it says appropriate signage. Is that
Right.
I
good?
know, but what is appropriate? What is, how do you, who's the arbiter of what's appropriate?
The petitioner is going to decide how many signs they think should be there.
As long as they contain all of the right messages.
Yeah. I don't think one sign will do the trick. You have one sign at one parking space, people will think they can park in the other 4 spaces.
And adding signs may inhibit visibility.
Hmm,
There's a wall
I
there.
don't think
you
so.
know,
I don't think
put it
so.
right in front of the wall.
Okay, if the board wants appropriate signage, that's fine, but that's effectively the language. So are you clear now, Lee?
Yes, I think I know how to do this.
Evans, let's keep this game rolling. What's up next?
Okay, this is the one that I'm very concerned about, 3.20.
Oh,
I think I know, or at least it's my understanding that this language was proposed by some resident, not by any member of the board. And, I think it's patently unreasonable. Again, referring to my comments about whether or not the board has any authority to impose anything along these lines. I think it's patently unreasonable to say that, we're going to have somebody who is available 24/7 and to say that they are going to take, quote, immediate and sufficient response. What does that mean? But then the other part of this that I think is highly problematic is this idea that there could be a future hearing of the board at which the board considers eliminating all egress traffic onto Cross Street. And I would say that's problematic for 2 reasons. One is, and you can check with Chris Heap on this, see if he agrees. I think the board cannot impose conditions that require future determinations of substance. The law is pretty clear on that. And this clearly would be a future determination of substance so I think it's void as a matter of law, this condition. But the other reason I think it's problematic is we are in a butter to Cross Street. We have the right to pass and repass. This use, medical office building, is a use allowed by right under the bylaws, which means that a by right use generates traffic. And I don't think you have the authority to say you have a by right use here, but you can't use the street to which you are in a butter. So I think this condition is problematic on many levels.
now to that, I just to make sure that our board is clear, we have comment from Chris Heat, who says that with respect to 3.20 and 3.21, I don't think it's reasonable to require the owner to have someone on call 24/7 to prevent people from quote unquote trespassing on Putnam. The building as conditioned may be opened Monday through Saturday, whatever hours. Anyone who trespasses on Putnam Street outside of those allowed hours is by definition not an employee, patient, or invitee visiting the approved medical offices. I don't see how we can reasonably hold the owner responsible for where any such person may drive their car. Also, when someone drives down Putnam Street, any damage associated with the vehicle has already been done, what immediate and sufficient response do we expect someone fielding a call at midnight to take if someone drives from the parking lot down Putnam Street? There just isn't anything to be done in real time, but after the car has driven away that I can see. I'm not comfortable saying that the planning board may reopen the hearing and potentially require changes to the approved site access to the parking garage. First, that relates to 3.21, which we'll come to after. The private nature of Putnam Street and the requirement that project's visitors not travel Putnam Street are best addressed through signage only. So to your answer, that's Chris Heap's comment, town council's comment on 320. I agree with you. I think it should be struck. I understand. I think that Jean, your hand is up.
Yeah, I don't know that we would require this, but I could see and I can understand the objection that any such trespass is a matter for a private complaint. Not something that the town should be, or this, that should involve the town in trying to control. The property owner, the applicant, could put cameras on its building just to protect itself against any such trespass claims, to be able to prove that nobody from this building came up that street. Couldn't be us, couldn't be anybody of our employees or our patients. And just let it be a private matter between the trespasser and the property owner. And I think in a way that's what town council is implying, that it is a private matter. And not one we control in this manner.
Artie, well, Evans, I'll come to you. I just want to go to my board first.
I agree with the 24/7 thing. That's perfect. And that's not reasonable. And I'm not sure how we didn't pick up on that so earlier and so forth. So that doesn't seem reasonable. Getting back to in some ways, the really main concern here is, what happens? What do you do? I'm going to go back because I'm going to go back to the medical marijuana dispensary. So we were allowing something to occur, but if something wasn't working right, we were going to revisit it after 6 months. I'm not saying I want the building to be built and have them change everything, but the medical marijuana, we had a ruling, and we're going to revisit in 6 months to see how things were going there, see how the traffic was, see how the parking was. And if it was okay, if one of the, one neighbors was, was one neighbor who didn't like medical marijuana at all, so they were greatly not wanting anything to occur. But we're going to revisit in 6 months to determine if the ruling should stand or if we should do something different.
Yeah, but Artie, Evans is correct that was a special permit situation and this is a site plan review. Two totally different standards.
Yeah.
There are other distinctions too, but Artie, did you finish your point?
Yeah, no, I would love to have some way to make that work so everyone stayed happy. I think Jean has a reasonable idea about some cameras. I think the bump out is going to make a big difference. I think the signage is going to make a huge difference. I think when everything is said and done, I think people will be okay as best as they can. And so I wish I didn't agree, but I tend to agree that language, we can't have that language in there.
Paul.
Yeah, and the more I look at this, the more I realize 3.20 really has to come out. When we're not dealing with petitioners' customers or petitioners' staff, the petitioner is going to have tenants. And these are customers and staff of the tenants. The petitioner cannot control these people.
Understood.
And to hold the petitioner liable or responsible for all that is just totally unreasonable.
Natasha?
I agree. I guess my only question is, if something happens where people are trespassing, where does the recourse for the community? Just as a question.
Well, that's to the police department.
Yeah.
So they go to the police department and say people are trespassing our street. Okay.
They better get license plate numbers if they're gonna try to enforce it, because the cars are gonna be gone.
So it sounds like with respect to 3.20, there's consensus to strike it in its entirety. Is that
Yep.
clear, Lee?
Yes.
Okay. Evans?
3.21. The first sentence, I've got no problem, that's basically saying we'll manage parking and traffic flow in the way that was discussed during the hearing, with the, but after that, you've got the same problem we were just discussing. Everything after the first sentence, got all the same problems that we were just discussing with 3.20.
Agreed. I'm gonna go just in order, based on what Evans is proposing. Paul,
Absolutely, I agree.
Artie,
Yeah, I would agree with that. Again, given the plan was exiting the top floor can't exit the cross street. Bottom garage, which is gonna have a split exit, half going to Arbor, half going to in the street, and half going across street. So it's gonna be split up to try to minimize or balance out what's going on. So yeah, I agree.
so you agree?
As long as as long as there's something on the plan that makes certain that it makes certain with certainty that that's how the traffic was going to flow. Just certainty on that one. I don't want to come back. I don't want to hear something.
So the plan said that basically the upper level has to exit onto Arbor, and the lower level, people come out and can self-direct,
Yeah.
which presumably means 50% in each direction.
Or something.
Which means also 25% of the total parking is going to, in theory, 25% of the total parking is going to go up Cross and 75% is going to go up Arbor.
Natasha?
Something.
Yeah.
Something.
I agree with what everyone else is saying, really.
Jean?
Yes, I think the same issue arises in 321 as on 320 with regard to having, conditions with site plan approval, not a special permit, that if something arises, requires an additional hearing and maybe a particular change, even though we've specified the change, I think that's a good factor. We have at least said, this is what we're going to do if this happens. I still think there's a concern of going beyond what we can do under site plan review.
So as chair, I'll say this. One, I concur. It doesn't seem that we have the authority to do this. And two, I'm going to remind my colleagues, it's after 9 o'clock. And although we're making good progress with this decision, we still have, we're probably going to spend a decent amount of time tonight on our solar zoning.
And we have to do that.
So therefore, when I'm asking people for yes or no, it would be helpful to state a yes or no so we can move things along faster. And certainly I make sure everyone has an opportunity to speak when it's not a yes or no scenario. So Lee, are you clear on 3.21?
Yes.
Okay. Evans, next.
So the good news is we're past the hard part. We have a few more comments on some of these conditions, but they're not going to generate nearly as much discussion. The first one is 3.24. And the only issue with this is that it says that maintenance of the emergency generator shall be limited, testing shall be limited to once a month. Our architect said that in some instances, in order to maintain the warranty, you have to test them once a week. And so we would like that changed to once a week.
I'm fine with that. I don't even know if I'm fine with that.
Yeah, me too.
Jean, we just heard from you, Natasha.
I'm okay with that as long as the hours stay the same.
And Artie?
Yes, because Evans is right. There are warranties, there's minimum requirements for batteries. So yes.
Thank you. Again, just a reminder, looking for yes or no. Paul?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to change that lead to per week. And Evans, no further change to 3.20.
3.24.
Sorry, 3.24. Thank you for the correction. I don't know if we should add I'm not even gonna offer it. All right, next, Evans.
3.25, we had made a comment, or our engineer had made a comment about this. Justin Mosk had made a comment about this, having to do with the language of this. And Lee had, it looked like Lee had sort of tried to be responsive to our comment, but what Justin Mosk was saying, that in order to be consistent with town regs, the words per gallon required to be removed at the end of 3.25 should be stricken. So it just says at the town's I&I program at a rate of $8 per gallon.
The language that I use
think-
is the language is the language we have universally used in all of our decisions, Evans. It's the language that was recommended in the engineering letter. So
Well, I'd ask Justin to weigh in on this. Justin.
Yeah, sorry, it's not that just $8. It's $8 per gallon. It's the words required to be removed are not in the sewer I&I removal regulations. That's all. It's just those last 4 words required to be removed. We're not consistent.
oh,
I can
Jean,
bring that up
But
for you if you want.
the words are more explanatory than if it ends just at $8 per gallon. It's per gallon of what? Per gallon required to be removed.
and
It's
that's the
just-
language that we've always used. It's in
Yeah.
all
That
the
doesn't
decisions. That's
mean-
the
that
language
doesn't
the
mean that's
engineering
right.
department recommended be used.
just because we've done something before, as we've seen elsewhere in this decision tonight, doesn't necessarily make it right to continue.
It
But
was recommended by the DPW.
to the point, so to that point, Justin, you're saying that notwithstanding that recommendation, it's already clear in the bylaw what that $8 per gallon is for, that it's actually being removed anyways, correct?
I was just recommending that it be consistent with the language. That's all. So I'll leave it to Evans to determine if it's a necessary change or not.
As I said before, we're now in the less important category, so I don't think we need to spend a lot of the board's time on this. I was raising this, because Justin is telling me that the language in the town's regs ends at a rate of $8 per gallon. I guess there is some difference in the fee structure if you're talking about $8 per gallon versus $8 per gallon required to be removed. I don't really understand that, but it has something to do with how the fee is calculated. And that's why Justin was suggesting that it just end with the words at a rate of $8 per gallon.
Lee, you said that's something we always have. I've always had.
The language that you see here is the language that we always use. It is the language that the engineering department included in their letter of recommendation to you on this project.
Leave it alone then.
Just leave it
All right,
alone.
so let's leave it
I
alone.
agree to leave it alone.
All right, the last one is the last one on which we have a comment is 3.45. And this has to do with the hours of construction.
3.45 hours of
I might-
construction.
Wrong number.
I have the 6 Oak Grove
3.49.
oak trees.
Sorry. I had the wrong condition number. It's
3.49.
3.49A.
Yeah,
So I was at a hearing in the ZBA recently at which the building commissioner, this issue had come up, and the building commissioner said in a different context that under the town's regs, the limits on construction are 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. We don't actually intend to be working there at 8 p.m. on a regular basis. And I'm not sure if Bob Doherty is on this call or not. He's one of the representatives of the owner here, but he had explained to me that although typically construction ends around 5 o'clock, there are occasions on which you need to exceed that. And perhaps a way to address this would be to say, these limits can be exceeded you know, with a notice to an approval of the building commissioner, or something like that. So that it's
Well-
kind of a case by case basis rather than a general, you know, allowance of construction to 8 o'clock, which we don't intend to actually utilize.
What if we said instead, the hours of construction shall be consistent with, you know, our town bylaw?
Well, that allows them to 8 o'clock and he's willing
That's
to
8 o'clock.
concede that they're only gonna be there till 5, except in those rare circumstances where when they have to.
See, I mean, like there's some subcontractors trying to get a job done and they want to get it done, you know, completed rather than coming back the next day. So they, you know, go later than 5. You know, it's that kind of thing.
So what you suggested was, which may be exceeded for in special circumstances.
Which may be exceeded with notice to and approval of the building commissioner.
Which may be extended to no later than 8 PM.
Mhm.
With,
Yeah, so-
with the building commissioner's prior approval.
For approval or just private notice to the building commissioner.
Notice to and approval by.
Approval of, okay.
If you have approved,
The Monday through Saturday, the construction is allowed by the bylaw?
yes. If, Gene, to your point, I don't know that we need to say notice to if we have approval by.
Well, I suppose that's true, but
Yeah,
Uh,
but Lawyers were always
I
redundant.
think it was suggested that notice was enough and.
I
No,
don't-
Even,
I don't-
even
I
Evans
can't-
said notice and approval. I thought that's what Evans said.
It is, it's redundant, but
Mhm.
Artie,
Is it necessary to throw Saturday into this potential extension? I mean, I don't want
We
to
already
complicate this, but
Had
But I
said
mean-
Saturday.
no,
I,
no, no.
I can't really predict when this circumstance is gonna arise.
I understand that, no, I get that, but
But
Me-
it arises,
this-
it arises
this-
all the
this-
time.
yeah, I mean, this project is not a 6-month project. This month is a year-long project or more, give or take, and I mean, it would be nice to. I think you'd agree that we don't want to impose this on the neighbors on Saturday. When you know, that much on Saturday, I don't think we'd want to do that. I really don't. So I'm fine with if you want to have it Monday through Friday, Monday through Thursday or Friday. With the and hours to be extended with approval of the building commissioner, but I don't really want to impose this on the neighbors on Saturday. I don't really-
Okay, but again, I would simply point out that the town bylaws allow 7 AM to 8 PM every day.
I
We're not even
understand that,
asking.
but I understand that, but we also are realistic here and where the project is occurring. Is it in the middle of the industrial center or is it next to houses? I mean, it's
Artie, we can't make something more stringent than the law.
Well,
We already are.
Adam,
We already
Adam,
are.
Adam,
Yeah.
we have historically, when these developments are happening adjacent to residential neighborhoods, tried to work to have a reduced schedule. And the condominium development that was recently approved on Hillside Avenue had basically the limits that you see here. So we have done it, and for the New England Business Center, we're wide open, but generally when it's happening in residential neighborhoods, the board has historically been conservative.
I
Right.
understand.
So
That would be-
One
that
second,
would
one
be
at a
within-
time, one at a time. I understand that, Lee. Yet we are already modifying it by effectively best efforts and only in exceptional circumstances, Monday through, you know, that it may exceed
No.
after 5. And the question is really, you know, do we then, I guess, allow it on Saturday? Yeah, under that,
No,
Under-
on Saturday. No, on Saturday.
I don't see where Saturday's any different than Monday through.
Saturday's completely different. On the weekends, they're completely different.
No,
Right, think
Sunday-
Friday's similar to-
Sunday is different because Sunday is always, you know, historically, this is a Christian country. Sunday is, you know, the Sabbath. But
No.
no, to me,
No,
Saturday.
that Saturday is quite different. Most people are not working on a Saturday and Sunday. Most people are home. Most people like some reasonable hours of peace and quiet. So I see no reason why we have to allow the possibility of beyond
Well-
5 PM on Saturday.
People are out
This is-
partying on Saturday night. They're not interested in
Makes no sense.
peace and
Makes no
quiet.
sense. No, it makes no sense.
Evans.
Your town bylaws allow construction 7 AM to 8 PM. I don't think you have the authority to limit those. We are voluntarily agreeing to limit it to 5, except under, except with prior approval of the building commissioner. That's the limit, the kinds of things that Lee is alluding to where you've conditioned it. I'm assuming those were with the consent of the applicant.
And here, the consent of the applicant is to limit it Monday through Saturday, 9 to 5, generally
7 to
speaking,
5.
except, 7 to 5, except in certain circumstances that are prior approved by the building commissioner.
And can
Yes.
we have the applicant agree that Saturday they'd stick to the 7 AM to 5 PM? And in the other 5 days, they'd be allowed to go longer if the building commissioner approved it.
I don't know if we have the authority to.
Oh,
do that.
I'm sorry, we're asking the applicant. Is that perfectly reasonable? Just keep Monday through Friday and Saturday just stop at 5?
Artie, I'm not a construction manager. I don't know whether what you're asking is reasonable or not. I don't know how often this circumstance is going to come up, that somebody is going to need to exceed the 5 PM thing. So the short answer is, I don't know. And given that I don't know, I'm not comfortable saying on behalf of the applicant that we'd agree to not ever make this request on a Saturday, because I don't know what circumstance is going to arise.
If we're allowing construction at all on Saturday to that point, and there's a contractor there, at 4:50, and a plumber on site, a subcontractor notices that there's, a major plumbing problem, he's only got 10 minutes to solve it. Artie, does that mean that the plumber should stop when there's a flood that could damage and make a slippery surface in the middle of a winter period for the other residents, that they should stop and say, sorry, we have this limitation in our special permit?
Well,
Artie, perhaps
that's
your concern.
not a reasonable argument.
Artie, perhaps your concern would be assuaged by the thought that the building commissioner may decide that it's not appropriate to do something on a Saturday.
He may, correct. Yeah, correct, he may.
Thank you, Evans. Good point.
Very good. So Artie, now are you resolved with consensus on the board that it will be Monday through Saturdays, 7 to 5, except upon prior agreement by the building commissioner, up to 8
That's
o'clock?
fine, because I agree the building commissioner may just say no. Yeah,
Good.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Lee, are you clear on that change at 3.49A?
Yes.
Okay. Evans?
I want to thank the board for your attention for 2+ hours on all of our concerns and comments. I really appreciate it. We don't have anything further.
Jean, go ahead. Jean, Paul, I'll come to you after. Jean had her hand up first. Jean.
Yeah, I just have a couple of little things. One is a typo. It is on page 6, section 1.11 in the 4th line, the sentence, whereas 2 driveways are proposed on each, the word "of" should be in there. Whereas 2 driveways are proposed on each of Cross and Arbor Streets.
Very good.
Okay, then on page 18, numbers are hard to read, they're faint. Okay, page 18, section 3.36. I think there's something wrong with the wording of this condition. The petitioner shall secure from the Needham Department of Public Works a sewer connection permit or impact fee. How do you secure from the Department of Public Works an impact fee? I mean, there's something wrong with that wording.
Yeah, I think I'll delete it.
Delete the condition or what?
The phrase or impact fee.
Yes.
I'll check it against the standard language.
Because I think that in order to secure the permit, you have to pay a fee.
Yeah, so yeah, just take the impact fee or impact fee if applicable, I guess, because we
Yeah.
do want to make sure they get the, okay. All right, and then on page 22, the limitations, there are several references to a special permit, and I wonder if that is just because some of this has been copied over from some other document.
No, because it's there, I think, because it was a site plan special permit. They applied for a 7.4 major project site plan review special. permit.
Yes, but it says this, section 4.3, this decision applies only to the requested special permits
Oh, I see what you're
Well,
saying. Fine.
and
I'll
site
I'll
plan
clear-
review. I think
I'll
it should say, this decision applies only to the requested major project site plan review special permit signal,
Okay.
singular. And then on 4.6, it refers to this site plan special permit amendment shall lapse.
Oh. that's a
This is not
mistake.
an amendment.
Okay,
Take out the word amendment. Same thing in the final two paragraphs, the word amendment is in each of
Yeah.
those paragraphs and should be deleted.
okay,
And-
thank you.
And
Okay,
it should
that's
say
all.
also, in the third last paragraph, this major project site plan review special permit.
Where are you?
I'm on the second sentence on the third last paragraph, where it says this special permit amendment. We've just struck out amendment, and it should instead say
Hmm.
this major project site plan review.
Okay,
special
fine.
permit. That's true also in the second.
Oh,
to last
review, the
paragraph.
word review is missing, yeah.
And then also in the second to last paragraph, strike the word amendment. And again, it should read, the first sentence should read, the provisions of this major project site plan review special permit.
Right. Mhm.
Very good.
Excellent, Jean. Paul.
Okay, so let me turn pages here to get to the comments that I have. Give me a second here. I know it's getting late, but it's a long document. So. All right. On page 14, paragraph 3.9. The words handicap parking, special plate required. Handicap parking, you very rarely see a special plate. You see placards that are put in the window.
Mm.
So if we're gonna have a sign that says they have to have a license plate that says that it's handicapped, I mean, that's isn't our standard, if that's our standard language, I think we need to
Mm.
have some kind of wording, handicap parking.
Unauthorized vehicles may be towed, period. Leave it at that.
Yeah,
Well, let me find out what the town's standard language is and make it consistent.
yep,
That's where this came from. If it's changed, I'll update it.
yep,
I'll find out what this town's standard language is.
okay. Let's see. Page 18, 3.33. The last sentence, no snow shall be moved or dumped from the subject property onto Cross Street or onto Putnam Street. Shouldn't we also include Arbor Street?
Yes,
Mm.
So it'll
Yeah.
read onto Cross Street, comma, Putnam Street.
Yeah. one
Or
of
Arbor,
those,
or
Arbor.
Arbor Street.
Yeah.
what paragraph were you in again, Paul? I'm sorry.
3.33.
Okay,
Arbor Street.
Okay, 3.51. L and K. J, K, L, L and M. So we're saying no building or structure shall be occupied until the petitioner shall have prepared and filed with the registry the plan showing that the parcels have been merged. And we're dealing with registered land here.
Hmm,
A lot of work is going to have to be done for Evans to secure and be able to record this plan showing the merger. So I would suggest amending M to allow for temporary certificates of occupancy while that process is going on, because I think this building's going to be built before Evans is going to get a land court order, or it's very possible that this building will be completed before Evans has the land court final order that allows him.
Evans?
So you're saying
Oh.
it should say notwithstanding the provisions of section A, B, D, and L? Is that right?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
may issue one or more certificates for temporary occupancy.
Hmm.
And then prior to the installation of final landscaping or the recording of the plan of merger.
Evans?
And is L correct if it's registered land? Is
Well, Evans is gonna have to do something. He'll figure it out.
Oh, I'm calling on Evans now. Evans?
So I do what anybody in this circumstance would do. I hire a lawyer. So I'm not gonna do this. We have Robinson and Cole who's doing this, so I don't know, this is not my area of expertise. So I don't know how long it's gonna take them to get it done, but I do appreciate your comment, Paul, that it may take longer than we think. And the flexibility of being able to get temporary COs is valuable, so thank you.
Lee?
I'm fine with that. Evans and I had talked about this earlier in the day, so I'm fine with that.
Didn't
Okay.
did Robinson and Cole merge into Ligris?
Evans, let's, oh, sorry, not Evans, Paul, let's just keep moving. We've got it's already 9:30.
I'm already home, Adam.
I know, but it's, please, I just wanted to get through.
Yeah, can we
Um,
take a 5-minute break then if we're done here? Or, well, actually, we should probably vote first.
Do
And
you have any other comments though, Paul?
No, that's it. Those are my
Okay,
comments.
so can I please have a motion to grant the relief requested under this application?
Yeah, where is that?
Lee, do we have wording of the vote already in here like we usually do?
Yeah, it's on page
Yes.
12.
Here we go.
I
Okay.
move, are you gonna make the motion, Paul?
No, you can go ahead, Gene. Go ahead.
You're always so good at it, though.
Want me to do it? I'll do it.
I move that we grant the requested major project site plan review special permit under section 7.4 of the Needham zoning bylaw as modified by this decision as redlined and with the changes approved at this meeting, subject to and with the benefit of the plan modifications, conditions, and limitations of the decision.
Second,
We have a motion by Paul, we have a motion by Jean, a second by Paul. Any discussion? We'll come to the vote. When I call your name, please signify by saying aye or nay. Paul Alpert,
aye.
Artie Crocker,
Aye.
Natasha Spada,
Aye.
Jean McKnight.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We've unanimously approved the requested relief. Now for the approval of the decision as written and modified this evening.
Right, so I move that we adopt the decision presented tonight with the redlined changes as modified by the changes discussed and approved this evening.
We have a motion by Paul, a second by
Oh, I second it.
Jean. Any discussion? When I call your name, please signify by saying your approval or not by aye or nay. Paul Alpert,
Aye.
Artie Crocker,
Aye.
Tasha,
Aye.
Jean,
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We've unanimously approved the decision as modified in the red line and further modified by our discussion tonight. I declare item 3 disposed of. Happy holidays, Evans. Thank you very much to you and your client, and we look forward to an excellent project here on this site.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all your attention and time.
Thanks, Evan.
Very good. Would somebody like to make a motion to recess for 5 minutes? Do we need a motion for this?
No, let's just declare a recess for 5 minutes.
I declare a recess. We'll resume at 9:37. Thank you.
Okay.
Artie, you're back from the beach.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, I got sick when I was at the beach. Oh, God.
What do you do? COVID?
No, I don't think so, but no, I'm just, but I damn well better be better by Thursday because I have a fun colonoscopy on Friday. I don't have to
Ooh.
miss that one.
Just remember, this is being recorded.
This is being recorded. I thought we weren't back yet. Oh, shit.
It's still recorded. We're just on recess, man.
Never mind. I'm just kidding about that, Adam. You know I'm a big kidder.
All right. Let's see when our colleagues get back. Hopefully we can jump to. Um, Alex, I'm looking for the email that I think you sent that had my framework of the solar zoning. I suddenly can't see.
Do you want me to resend it to you?
Well, do you know the subject heading of was that under the signatures, please?
The subject was additional materials, packet for planning board meeting of December 19th.
What time was that sent?
Do you have that answer, Jean, or should I look at my email? Because I don't know off the top of my head.
Adam, I have the email up. So basically Alex sent it, you sent to Alex. It was, the title was Advancing Solar. You sent it December 17th at 8:24 PM.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. Okay. There was another draft that she had included it to the rest of the board, but I'll work from this. This is helpful. So everyone's back. So we've got, I think, 5 categories that we're going to resolve tonight. If we don't resolve tonight and the zoning is outstanding, I don't think we're going to make it for May town meeting, but I will try to get through this as efficiently as possible. We have some things to deal with for ground mounted, solar mounted canopies, building mounted canopies, building mounted non-canopies, parking lots, parking structure canopies, and lastly, there are some exceptions from existing bylaws to that we may look for solar. So with that, I think what I'll do is start with the ground mounted. So with ground mounted, I think, Lee, if I'm wrong on any of this, you'll keep me on track. But we really have to, I think, just resolve the treatment for a height and for setback. This would be for small and medium size. We've already resolved that small is up to 1,500 square feet in size. In terms of height for ground mounted installations, Artie and I see it slightly differently. I look for an 8-foot height limit. In part because it's easier, to screen for our neighbors. But I'll turn to Artie because he has a different opinion.
Yeah, actually, what I'd like to do, Alex, could you share that PDF file I sent over related to ground mounts?
Yes, you sent 2, so let me just check.
I sent 2,
Okay,
yeah.
I think I see the one.
Okay.
Is
So I'm
this the
gonna-
one, Artie?
Yeah, that's the one. So this isn't talking about height, but I'll talk about height. I will talk about height right now, though. It's perfectly reasonable for residential areas to say to have an 8-foot height. For an SRB to have an 8-foot height. And SRA, I say we should just go up to 10 feet, and certainly every type of medium system should be 10 feet. The problem is if you start limiting it to 8 feet with when you get into the medium size, you lose 3% of the efficiency. And there's absolutely no reason to impose that 3% efficient loss for something that's going to have plenty of screening. There's no need for that.
Where is the screening? How you're looking to make a requirement of screening?
Any medium size arrays, although maybe we haven't talked about what the requirement is for medium size arrays, but there should be screening on medium size arrays. I think there should be screening for medium ground mounts. There should be screening on those, or some screenings or setbacks. Then there's no reason to have a 8-foot requirement. It's unnecessary. But let me step back into what we're seeing right here. Okay, so for ground mounts, I think, and so sorry.
Artie,
Yeah.
I just want to deal with height. I will come to setback in a minute. I just want to resolve height, please.
Okay, I'm fine with an SRB to have a height of 8 feet. That's perfectly fine. An SRA, and all the other areas with as much larger lots, there's no reason to restrict it to 8 feet. No reason at all.
Okay, I'm cool with that. Natasha, go ahead.
So one question for Artie is the ground mounted, is it sloped?
It's always pitched. There's always going to
Right.
be.
So where's the 8 feet? At the lower
It's
end of the
no,
slope or
no,
the
no,
higher end?
no, it's the top. It's at the top. It's at the top of it. Yeah. It's
And
on.
if you have a vehicle underneath that is 8 feet appropriate.
That's
If you have-
it's a parking
No,
canopy.
that's a solar canopy. That's different, Natasha. That's a solar canopy. And solar
Okay.
canopies or parking canopies will not have the type of slopes or pitches that a regular ground mount will have.
So when we're
That's
saying the
what-
ground mount, nothing will go underneath the ground mount.
Correct. This is, yeah, correct. Nothing's under.
Okay, I just want to
We're
confirm
not,
that.
yeah, we're not talking agrivoltaics at this point. That's a different animal. That could very well fit into solar parking canopies, but right now, just pure ground mounts that start roughly 2 feet from the ground, a maximum height of 8 feet in SRB, and just go to allow 10 feet in SRA.
Okay, so nothing is going under it. It's just the ground
Right.
mount. Okay. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
So
So-
Artie, just so I understand, so for small scale, this is just so for small scale across the town, it's 10 feet everywhere except in single residence B where it's 8 feet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay,
correct.
And then also for medium size as well, Lee.
Yeah, for
not-
medium as well. Yeah, for medium, it's the odds are medium's never going to be an SRA, that SRB. That being said, for medium, you have to allow 10 feet. And we can get into some screening, talk about screening later on, but there's almost guaranteed there'll be screening on systems that size.
so on medium scale, it's whether it's 10 feet across all districts.
10 feet all across all districts.
So it's
Question.
8 feet on small or medium size ground mounted in SRB. Go ahead, Paul.
If we're limiting it to a smaller height to 8 feet in SRB because they're smaller lots, shouldn't we include general residence in there also?
Correct,
'Cause they're also small lots.
correct.
Okay,
So Lee, are you?
SRB and general residence.
Yes, I understand.
And Lee, let me amend a little. Let's just keep it. Let's just keep the medium. A medium is never going to be an SRA or general. SRB or general. It's never going to be there. But to assuage anyone's concerns that they may have, we can just limit the ground mounts to 8 feet in SRB or general residence period. It doesn't matter what size it is. Just limit it to 8 feet.
Okay. So
Wait a second. I just heard something different than what I heard earlier.
Yeah, no,
So-
my apologies, Lee. The odds of a medium array ever being in general residence or SRB basically doesn't exist. But to assuage any concerns that people may have, let's just say any ground mount array in general residence or SRB is no higher than 8 feet.
So the standard is basically the same for small scale
Yeah.
and medium scale.
Yeah, it's just the
Yeah.
medium's never going to happen. But again, to assuage concerns.
So. So we've resolved height then, that's progress. Setback there, and Artie, we'll come to your diagram in a second, but just to give a little outline or context. For ground mounted systems, the setback we're dealing with are the sides and rear in residential and commercial districts. I believe that the setback we've already agreed to is the setback for the primary structure. So now
That's where I'm gonna disagree, Alex, and I'm sorry, Adam, and I'll show you why, and I think people will understand when I show them why. If I can
okay,
show,
so let's
could you
go
put that
ahead.
back up, Alex, and I think people understand why.
Same one back up, Artie?
Yeah, same one
Same
back
one?
up, thank you, Alex, thank you, appreciate it. Okay, the reason why we should just go back to a 5-foot setback is because, let's look at this example right here. So the array is on the north side of the lot. And at the north side of the lot, as long as there's screening, we don't want to push that array further into the property line. It makes no sense.
Let's just define, Artie, for a second. Let's just define what we're talking about. This is an SRB.
This is SRB. I'm not sure if it'll matter where, but this is SRB in this case, correct? So this is actually I grabbed a few properties. This is a property. And so when the array is at the north side of the lot, as long as there's screening, there's no reason to restrict it to put it to 12.5 feet. Just allow it to go to the 5 feet. As long as there is screening.
So just so we're clear, we talked before, we had consensus before that in residential and commercial districts, the setback, Lee, was going to be at the primary structure. Now Artie is looking to change that side and rear setback to the accessory structure setback, provided there is screening. So Lee, is that legally permissible on an as of right to require screening?
You can. Well, I haven't.
So let me put it this
It's
way.
usually
Artie.
done, well, I haven't seen setbacks as of right done with a screening provision.
So why don't we say this and see if we can get consensus on this? We already know, oh wait, Lee, are we saying that medium size ground mounted are allowed by right with site plan review?
There's no site plan review, is there? I mean, I'm confused about what we're looking at. Are we looking at the proposed Article 1 amend zoning bylaw solar energy systems that we
Yes.
marked up last time?
Setbacks for ground mounts.
Yes.
It would be helpful to refer to what section or
Um,
what page
okay.
we're on and so forth.
So in residential districts, small scale is allowed as of right, but medium scale, as of right, in rear and side yards. And medium scale was allowed subject to a site plan review. This is in the residential district.
So just hold on, I just want to pause there.
I agree. Where is that in the, with Jean, where is that in the memo?
Well, it's not just in the memo, it's also in the zoning bylaw.
And that's
Right.
what I was looking at and try to
let's
find
focus
what we're
on-
talking
I have
about.
both up.
So let's focus on that. Ground mounted setback, so this is page 5.
Mhm.
Ground mounted, this is C paragraph 2 is what we're talking about.
Solar parking canopies.
No, I'm sorry. C. Four.
What we're
See,
talking
four.
about, ground mounted solar energy.
Yes, shall meet the
meeting the
requirements.
requirements for district level setbacks for primary structures is what we talked about last time.
Yes,
Okay,
and so Artie is looking to make it less restrictive and with a screening requirement. And I just, and what I think, what I would recommend, if I have this here, just bear with me for a moment. Medium scale ground mounted, which would be larger than 1,500 square feet. We've already resolved would be allowed by right with site plan review in residential districts.
at 10 feet, was that the discussion that
No, that was,
started with?
it at the district level setback. Now.
No, I
um,
mean, excuse me, I was having a hard time keeping up with what you were talking about before. Did we start this section of the meeting talking about how it would be, the height would be 10 feet maximum height?
Yes, we
Is that
resolved,
correct?
well, what we resolved in terms of height for ground mounted was in SRB and general residence, which are the smaller lots in our town, it would be a height of 8 feet. And in SRA, larger lot districts, it would be 10 feet. And part of that, which
8
Artie
feet.
was
It
kind of
said be
getting,
8 feet, SRA 10 feet, right?
SRA would be 10 feet, SRB and general residence would be 8 feet.
And I'm assuming that when the 10 feet would be for all other districts, residential and commercial, correct? You're not talking about a different standard for commercial districts on
Right,
height,
all commercial districts will be 10 feet.
10 feet,
right?
yeah,
Okay, that's what I
That's what
thought.
we have on page 4, right?
it's 10 feet.
General,
And
for-
rural and conservation district would also be 10 feet.
10
Yes.
feet as well.
we have to call that out. Yes,
Oh, but of course, there's a difference between ground mounted and solar parking.
Yeah, but
Yes.
Uh,
we're not dealing with solar canopies yet, Gene. We want to stay on ground mounted.
Okay, so we were talking about, all right, erase that. So both small scale and medium scale would be SRB 8 feet
And general residence.
and general residence. And everything else is 10 feet. And the same thing for medium scale, correct?
Yes,
8 feet. Okay, and general residence. All right, now I'm caught up. I apologize. I just couldn't figure out.
I would like
where we were.
to propose some things which I think would work. So we're talking about as of right. The ground mounts have to be to the setback of the main building structure as the district. That as of right. I would propose that with a site review, just a simple site plan review, they could be allowed to go to the 5-foot setback, and the requirement essentially is going to be some form of screening. I think that would be acceptable, correct? That'd be allowed.
So just so on that point, for clarity,
Yeah.
all medium-size installations
Mhm.
are allowed by right with site plan review. On that point, Lee, we want to add, with the requirement to screen the solar installation. Now, in terms of small scale installations, Artie is proposing that where it's by right, that we also require screening.
No, by right was, no, I think by right, we're talking about it has to be the setback of the district. And I think you were saying we can't require screening as of right. So as of right, it has to be the setback of the district. But I think it's logical, and we need to allow them to go to the 5-foot setback, but that's a site plan review.
Well, you're just, I just want to be clear, because I think we're trying to achieve the same goal. And we're speaking slightly different language with a different impact, so I just want to be clear. You're saying that in a residential, in any district, where someone is going to have a smaller setback, like 5 feet you're proposing as
Yeah,
opposed to
like
14,
visually seeing, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That would require screening. I agree with that. I just want to
Yes.
make sure
Yes.
that that's legal.
Yes. And
I
if
think-
if the only way to make sure the screening has to be a site plan review, then just do a site plan review.
So that makes sense. So, Lee, can you follow up with Chris and find out if we modify the setback to allow it to 5 feet, that we would require screening? And then the bylaw would read accordingly. But if Chris comes back to say no, then we would make that reduced. Oh wait, do you need a special permit to
Well,
reduce?
I mean, if we can't require screening on this, for example, then how can we require screening on a medium-sized solar system?
Because it's site plan review, because it's site plan review.
The site plan review.
But didn't I just say that for some, didn't I just say that for if someone wants to?
I may
apply for setback?
summarize, because I think I can summarize what I'm hearing. If the ground mount, whether it's small or medium, is set back to the setback of the district, of the primary structure for the district, then you do not need screening. But you still have site plan review for ground mount.
You will require screening on medium size.
No,
As a-
no,
Correct.
I'm hearing that you only require screening if it's closer to the property line than the setback for the district.
I appreciate the distinction. What I'm proposing, and I think Artie, where you're at, is on all medium ground mounted installations,
That'd
which
be
by the way are allowed by
Setback
right with site plan review,
Which would include screening,
would include screening.
wouldn't, okay, which specifically calls out with screening in the bylaw.
And on
Yes.
the small,
Site
and
plan
on,
review.
and on the small ground mounts, when they're at the setback of the district.
You don't need
there's
screening,
No screening required as a right. If they
and there's no
want to go
site
back,
plan review, and there's no site plan review either.
correct,
No.
correct. If they want to
That's
go
ending-
back,
Oh, sir,
Hold on, one at a time,
if they
Paul.
want to go to the 5-foot setback, as would be perfectly logical in these type of situation, and I'll show you, in the next one, I'll show you what, in other situations.
No.
They have to require screening, but then it's a site plan review.
right. If it's
With-
less than,
Correct.
if it's less than the district
Correct,
setback.
Correct.
And it's still no more than 5 feet, or it's
Correct.
no more than what's allowed for
Yeah,
accessory, an accessory.
correct.
Provided it's screened.
Correct.
Correct.
Do we go to
No,
the next
You
page?
require site
Alex?
plan review,
Alex, we go to the
you
next
now
page?
require site plan review, which includes screening.
Alex,
Yes.
we go to the next page? I don't know what the one that is.
All sounds reasonable. to me.
Alex, oh, there you, okay.
Artie, before we go there, because I think we have consensus, I just want to make sure that Jean and Natasha are caught up to where we are. Natasha, I see your hand, but Jean had her hand up first, so I'm gonna go to Jean.
Yeah, there was discussion of allowing 5-foot setback for certain kind of structures that are to be allowed by right, provided there is screening. I think that's a very difficult thing to enforce.
So we've just revised that, Jean, and the update is if they're going to look for a reduced setback, it would be by site plan review
Okay,
and require.
then at
Just-
least you have somebody really looking at it and setting the standard, and if they fail to keep up the screening, they would lose their permit.
Correct. Natasha,
So I just wanna clarify, anything that is small, which means that it can go up to 1,750 square feet.
No, 1,500 square feet.
Okay,
you've-
so I have the wrong one then. So 1,500 square feet. If you have the appropriate, if you have whatever the district is for setback, is by right. The medium, which is the 1,500, but less than 40,000, is not by right.
Correct, it's by right.
It's
with-
by right, but with site plan review.
The
Yeah.
site plan review. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that.
Okay,
So then, Mr. Chair, to give you an
Excuse me,
example.
Artie, 1 second.
No, it's
I have
okay. Natasha, go ahead.
The
go ahead, Natasha.
7. Away.
Sorry, Natasha.
Sorry,
you were
the
talking-
memo that I have,
I haven't
can you hear me?
updated it. I have not updated the memo from our last conversation where we changed it from the 1,750 to 1,500.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
just relying on my handwritten notes on the old memo, yeah.
So,
so it'll be revised, okay.
so
okay.
now,
Yeah,
Uh,
Mr. Chair, let me just pop through this and just to make sure it's clear. So this one right here shows a ground mount, which is now on the southern, for whatever reason, on the southern part of the property. But the fact is, if there's any screening there, it's gonna be pushed back to 12.5 feet anyway because of the shading of the screening. So it'll be pushed back anyway. We go to the next slide, Alex. So here's one, this is just another example. In this case, it's in the back of the property because I know the backs of properties have different setbacks, but the same thing will occur. It's the back of the property, in this case, the northern side of the property. We have to allow a 5-foot setback with a site plan review. We go to the next slide.
I think Artie, we're already resolved on this. We're
No,
all,
it's okay. No, it's okay. You'll see some other ones. Okay, we go to the next one. Now we're gonna get to the front. So here's one with a front of the yard. The same type of thing will hold, okay? If it's on the front of the yard, in this case, the screening, it's on the front of the yard, it's gonna be pushed back from the screen anyway. And we need to allow it to, we just need to allow it to be, I'd almost say allow the 5-foot setback as well, but by efficiency definitions and good practice, it's not going to be 5 feet from the screening anyway. It's going to be pushed back about 12.5 feet from the screening. So we should allow the same type of thing on the front yards. If there's screening, it should be allowed to almost just be as close as they want, but it's going to be pushed back 12.5 feet anyway, about 12.5 feet.
so this is interesting. So now we're resolved on the side and rear, which is the same. The front setback. The most important point is what we resolved before is that where any we would allow ground mounted installations, either small in scale or medium in scale, only with a special permit. And then as part of that special permit, the question is, what is the setback? And one of the things that I'll come to where Artie's point is now, but one of the things that I think we had otherwise consensus on, but we may not have had consensus on, was that the setback in the front yard would, I think, exceed, like you couldn't be inside the setback. You'd have to be so if your house was set back 50 feet, and you only had a 20-foot setback, previously we were talking about allowing it at like 21 feet, but not at 20 feet or 19 feet. Here, Artie is saying we would actually allow it inside the setback, and I think as close as 12.5 feet from the front.
Yeah, give or take, as long as the screening, because I mean, the screening is going to dictate the array being pushed back as any case. So to the left, you'll see the aerial of this actual lot, essentially. And so in this actual lot, there's no option for the back of the property. It's all woods behind there. So I mean, it's all woods. So the only option for this particular homeowner is the front of the lot. But then as long, and as long as the screening, it should be allowed to be pushed towards the street as long as it's screening. The efficiency
So,
of able to have an
So
efficiency
there,
where-
Artie, there are two lots in the picture to the left of the diagram.
it's the middle one, it's the middle one, it's the middle,
Okay,
it's the middle.
so it's hard to tell what the property boundary is exactly. You can see it on the right side.
Yeah, correct.
I mean, I would definitely not say that the existing trees would be sufficient screening for,
Oh, I agree. No, I totally agree. No, the existing trees in the front are not sufficient. I totally agree with that. Yeah, totally agree with that. Then the next one, if you go to the next slide, Alex, this one I've just put it with no screening. This one was essentially no screening, and I've said I pushed it back 70 feet. We can, be honest for the ones in the front, we can, whatever people want to do, they want to do. The main thing being is there are some lots, there's some houses which have, trees or shrubs surrounding the whole front yard that could really be 6 feet high. And then the house is set back within that, whatever distance, and the only option might be behind those arborvitaes or something in the front lot. And I'm not sure why. I'm sure why we shouldn't allow them to be as close to that as shading will allow to those, and why we need to force it closer to.
There was a reason why we were looking to only allow ground mounts by special permit in the front yards, period. And part of that to me was to enable proper screening.
I'm sorry, if we want to go to special permit, fine. Listen, we can just go to special permit. That's fine. I don't want to make a big, I'm not going to make a big deal about this.
I think, so we're still dealing with the setback in the front yard, and then we're also dealing with the screening. I think, and what I would argue, Gene, I'll come to you in a second. I see you just raised your hand. Just to complete the thought, is that I would recommend that any front yard ground mounted system that's larger than 600 square feet, and I got to that number because that's roughly the size of a modern 2-car garage, should require screening at whatever the setback is. I think we should already though set a minimum. Like, I don't know if we want these things at a 0 setback on the front. We may need, we may want some reasonable setback and to set a standard across the district. That's to be determined. Gene, your hand is up.
Yes, it's confusing to me what we're talking about putting ground mounted or parking canopies within a setback, and let's focus on front, within a front setback, or are we talking about putting them in front of a house? Like, suppose the setback is 20 feet. Okay, so you could put the ground mounted solar structure back 20 feet. You wouldn't need a screening or anything. You're just putting this structure and you're respecting the setback. But it might be in front of the house. And so is our concern that we don't want such structures in front of the house unless they're screened? I mean, I don't,
So
I
initially,
guess generally, I don't like this focus on screening as the solution. I think we should be using setbacks because they're easier to implement.
I agree with you, Gene. I think the screening is really hard to implement.
well, we've talked about it elsewhere and we've agreed on it elsewhere. I think the thing with this is that the minimum installation is probably somewhere around 600 square feet.
It's actually more like, it's going to be probably more like 800 square feet. Because what
So-
you're looking right here is about an 800 square foot array, and that's about 20 panels.
So just to give you as an example, we still do have my first house here was 1,000 square foot ranch. So you'd have a ground mounted system. And my house was on Central Avenue. And you would then have a ground mounted system that's almost the size. It's like 80% of the size of the house in the front yard. Initially, we had consensus by the board that we were only going to allow ground mounted in the rear and the side setbacks, Gene. The question then was by special, if we do, then the question came up, well, do we want in the front yard? And in the front yard, there seemed to be consensus, yes, but it would require a special permit. And we rarely deny special permits. What would be those grounds? I think if the installation is 8 feet high in an SRB, or if it's 10 feet high in the other residential districts, that you would screen up to 8 feet or 10 feet. Because, just because my wife thinks I'm a handsome fellow, beauty's eye in is in the eye of the beholder. And, although we're not technically calling these mechanical systems, they effectively are. And I think screening is a reasonable thing in the, as we try to preserve what the appearance of our front yards are with some standard. Paul, do you have any comment on front yard ground mounted systems?
No, I'm listening to what you and Artie are saying, and it, I think it makes sense.
To go to do, Artie and I think have agreement that we
Slightly
would.
different. We're slightly
What's
different.
that?
Yeah, Adam and I, we're slightly different on this one, Adam.
Well, what I
We're talking
was,
about special permit.
we agree on special.
Yeah, go with special permit. I'd say just go with special permit.
Yeah, as long as you're going with special permit, then you've got the ability
Yeah.
to regulate it so that it meets Gene's sense of acceptability.
So does it have to comply with the setbacks for the underlying district on the front?
I would say yes.
Let's say no.
I would say yes.
If we're talking, 20-25 feet from the front lot line, when that's the only place they have to put the array and that they have screening, and then the array only has to be about, 15 feet from the lot line with screening, and we're forcing it back further unnecessarily when they're screening.
I mean, I think by that logic, Artie, then it's impossible to have it, because if you're measuring off like 80% of 50 by 20, and you've only got 20 feet in the front, then the array would be larger than the front yard setback. It would be larger than where the house is.
Would be larger than this front yard setback. I mean, the front yard setback is, I don't know, is it 15-20 feet? No, I'm saying if we force the array to be too far back from the screening, then we are unnecessarily pushing it into the yard when it already has screening.
Are you saying from the screening or from the street? The word was inaudible.
Well, I'd say from the lot line is what I'd say. I'd say from the lot line. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah. If we push it back unnecessarily from the lot line when it has screening, it's simply unnecessary. We already have a site. We already have a special permit. It's just unnecessary to push it further.
You don't usually see large accessory structures in the front yards.
Exactly.
Right, they're in the back or the side.
So
I
And are we
agree.
just talking about small scale?
we're just talking small stuff, just talking small.
Okay.
Again, we're kind of in the probability phrase here as well. SRB, these things are likely never going to occur. likely never gonna occur. So then we're talking about in the situation, I mean, I did show, we're probably in this, I'm probably showing SRA there. And then, so there's a possibility of someone who has a front yard, I mean, why push it further into the front yard on the street when they have screening that allows it to get closer to the street, but still keeps the efficiency of the system. I mean, the
And if we're talking, Artie, if you're talking about it being such a low probability, should we just wait to see what the demand is over time, like we were kind of dealing with, when we slow walked ADUs, and if there is demand or interest, that we then do an amendment to the zoning bylaw later?
I'm fine with that, so I'm fine with that, so get past
What's the
that.
definition of screening? Is it a fence? Is it landscaping?
I think, you know, we probably have to. I would recommend either landscaping or fencing that covers the height of, and the width and length of the installation.
I'm fine on this one. I don't wanna hold this up. I don't wanna hold this up because of the front thing. If you wanna do it by special permit, by the district setbacks, by whatever, just to get it through, I'm fine with that. Just to get
I would prefer so we were going around the board, and I think, Paul, would you support a ground mounted solar installation in a front yard, or would you?
Do you mean a front yard setback? Please be clear.
No, in a
Thank you.
front yard at all.
Oh, okay, that's what I want to know.
Yeah, but some people have very large yards, and the only place, I mean, it's SRA, they can have some very large yards, and they're 200-foot setback house from the street, that's their front yard. And we're gonna say, no.
Yeah,
you
but
can't have
no,
that.
Artie, they don't put their swimming pools in the front yard. They
Or
don't
the
put barn in
garages.
the front yard.
It can happen. It can happen. I'm fine to let it go.
No,
I
no,
don't-
no, but I'm
can
raising
happen.
the question, is it because our bylaw doesn't allow it? Or is it just that people don't do it even though the bylaw allows it?
I mean, people are not
Question I think
normally
I'm
gonna put,
asking Lee.
yeah, people are not
I
normally.
think
gonna put
you can put an accessory structure.
In the front yard.
I don't know.
Yes, I was wondering, you could put a garage in the front yard.
Yeah, so I don't know what would preclude you from doing it as long as you meet the setback. So it's more, convention of what people
Yeah,
do.
lifestyle
if
convention,
you
way
can-
you want it.
My
We-
opinion is, if we allow accessory structures, we should allow the ground mount. In my mind, they're equivalent.
So as long as they're not within the setback, they can be in the front yard. Is that what you're saying, Paul?
If we allow accessory structures in the front yard, as long as they're not in the setback, then I don't see why we shouldn't allow the ground mount solars also.
They have to meet the front setback. The
Yes,
only
that's
exception
right.
for the reduced setback for the accessory structure is on the side and the rear.
Side and back, correct.
That's,
So to stick it in the front yard, it's got to meet the setback for of the front yard setback.
So
Need to be screened? Do they need to be screened?
I would recommend that they
No,
be.
I mean, you can put your garage there. There's no screening requirements.
Well, just because we have a deficiency in one area doesn't mean we should necessarily continue.
I
it.
don't, yeah.
The thing about the screening though, is like, how is that enforced long term? I mean, you put the thing in and then the vegetation dies and then it's there. I mean,
Yeah, that's what concerns me.
yeah,
But at least
it's a
there's an
structure.
attempt to screen, at least there's an attempt to screen versus no screening at all.
And there's a board here, the ZBA, that would determine if someone installs 6 arborvitaes and 3 years later, they die and all you see are the dead tree trunks. I think a reasonable person would say, well, that screening is, not sufficient. And if a neighbor were to complain, no neighbor complains, it's not a big deal.
But
So-
aren't we make a distinction between those size of arrays of whatever they're called, whatever solar that's requires site plan review and that's allowed by right. So sure, if it's requires site plan approval, then you have to have a plan that shows what kind of landscaping, and if you violate it, you're in violation of the permit. And, I mean, you could have your occupancy, your right to have it, the array up rescinded. But if it's just by right and we put in the bylaw that you have to screen it, that's what I don't want. It's just
No,
too
the
hard to
screen, the
enforce.
screening is always tied to either a special permit or to site plan review.
Okay, if it's tied to that, fine. If we're talking about accessory structures that are allowed by right and we're gonna require screening, I just don't think that'll work.
We're not
Okay.
doing that, Gene.
Oh, all right, all right.
Nobody
would-
said that.
I would, so I'm really of two minds on the front yard. And I would, in the front yard, if we were to do it, I would propose by special permit, and at the setback and with screening. But I'm also not sure, just because we're only, it's only 5 of us here, if we're not gonna hear from other people, notwithstanding the goal of the thing and the good that we're trying to create for the community, where some people get frustrated at town meeting and say, I don't want anyone's front yard to look like X, and then the whole thing dies, and on that basis, maybe, or it gets referred back, and on that basis, maybe we shouldn't deal with the front yard if there's no demand for the front yard yet.
Well,
But now we get back to the issue of when we have our hearing, and
Mhm.
hopefully, if somebody has that kind of an objection, they'll come to the hearing,
Fine, I agree. I think
not
that's a
raise
great.
it at town meeting.
Yeah.
I
If
love
we
it.
come to the hearing, if we allow it in our initial bylaw, we can always cut it back.
Yes, correct. Absolutely. So let's,
or we can always change it from instead of SRB, general residence, to only SRA or something like that. Because the odds are it's never gonna occur in many of these other districts anyway. It'll only occur.
I get it.
There are so few, there's so few ground mounts in town, so few ground mounts. And in some ways, we're putting the stuff in words when there's no words now, where people can do whatever they want to now. Essentially, they could do whatever they want to now. So we're just putting some words to it. So put some words to it. We can change it later. We can change it later.
Natasha. I wasn't sure if you were, if you had any foods for thought on this, or
I mean, I don't right now. I mean, I just think in general, we're still on number 1, right? We have 4 more.
oh yeah,
I mean, I think
We have to go.
I'm just thinking of people having a solar arrays in front of their houses, is it sensitive to their neighbors without any kind of review just in the front? I understand what Paul's saying, and Jean, that it's an accessory
But-
unit, you can have things, but
we are saying it would have review. There would be a special permit process.
okay, so that's
And then
fine.
I guess it would meet the district setback.
I would argue no, because with site plan review, there could be screening and there could be a very valid reason where it wants to be closer than district setbacks. So if we have a site plan, if we have a special permits, that gives us what we need to, what's reasonable. What's reasonable. If they have screening, it's perfectly reasonable to have to be 12.5 feet from the screening, which could then be 15 feet from the
It's
front
not
yard.
12.5 feet from the screening.
Yes,
Well-
yes. For example, if they're bushes, arborvitaes, and if they're 5 feet wide, then this thing is pushed back another 12.5 feet. You're talking 15.5 feet or 17.5 feet.
Why is it gonna be pushed back another 12.5 feet?
Because whenever you have an array, and you have, if the array is on the south, let's say the south side of the yard, and you have screening in front of it, the array can't be right up to the screening, because the
gonna
screening
get the sun.
shade the array.
Of the
You have to
shadow.
you have to push it back. So it's gonna be pushed back at least 12.5 feet, about 12.5 feet anyway. About
Well, then
12.5
let's say that. Jean,
No,
go
no,
ahead.
no, we don't, no, we. no,
Well,
we don't
now,
have to say that.
now we're
It's-
talking,
It's good
now we
business
seem to be
practice,
talking
it's
about
engineering
putting,
practice.
Jean,
putting these
Artie, let's-
structures within front yard setbacks. I thought we were saying, no, we will never do that.
This is the discussion. So the rest of the board had we've been floating all over the place. There was consensus. There's been consensus to just let this go and defer this for another time. There's also been consensus to allow it with a special permit review process and requires screening in the, in the front yard at the setback, Artie is now saying,
It's not important. It's not important enough. Just go to the district-wide setback.
Oh,
It's
I,
not,
I,
it's not
I have a
important, not
question for
important,
Artie.
not
I have a
important.
question for
That's
Artie.
it.
Artie, you're saying if you're gonna have trees that have to be 10 feet high.
Mhm.
Because we're in, it's single residence A. And so you have to have the trees that are 10 feet high. You're gonna have to push it back anyway because of the shadows from the trees. But what if it's not trees? What if it's a fence?
If it's an 8-foot fence, and you still have to push it back. It's still gonna be pushed back about 12.5 feet or 12.5 feet.
but there's
It's the
no
ang- it's
shadow.
the angle, it's the angle of the sun it's the winter angle of the sun. It forces the array back because of shading.
But I don't know if that's necessarily true to Paul's point, if it's a fence, because an 8-foot fence on an 8-foot array won't cast a shadow.
No, it does. No, sorry, guys.
on top. It
No,
can't because it's
I'm
not that
sorry.
high.
I'm sorry, guys, it does. The array is starting maybe 2 feet from the ground, then angling up to 8 feet. It can't be too close to the fence. It has to be pushed back. This is simply engineering practice. When you have an array, you push it back from shading. It's simply engineering practice.
Why don't we do this? It's 10:30 and we still have, like Natasha said.
Special permit district-wide setbacks. I don't care anymore. Not important enough.
So Lee, are you clear?
I am.
Okay.
Good.
And with screening. So then let's move on to building mounted canopies. So this is a scenario where you would have a canopy over the roof of a building. This is not roof mounted solar installations. This is where you'd have, a canopy structure over the roof. And what I think Artie and I are gonna propose to the board is we allow this use by right, subject to the existing mechanical height of 15 feet in the following districts. And Artie, I'm going to expand it beyond what we initially talked about. So that we're proposing to allow this by site, mixed use 128, Highland Commercial 128, New England Business Center, and the Industrial District. I might have been wrong, or I might have misspoken, but this would be allowed by site plan review, and it has to comply with, stormwater management bylaw. And
Could we clarify where each of these are? Mixed use 128, that's Gould, that's east of Gould Street.
So think of like Staples, basically. So we're talking about where.
It's on the
Staples
other
is.
side of 128, Artie.
Oh, it is, huh? Okay.
Yeah, but the industrial
Sorry,
district,
128.
the industrial district is kind
It's
of
not.
permeates everything. I
The
don't know
indu-
about
The industrial district is in the area, kind of where this project on Highland Avenue is. And then, I think it's pretty close to that. then-
They're scattered around.
they're
yeah.
scattered around. There's one in Needham Center.
I don't
One in Needham Center.
like
Okay.
the industrial district.
Hillside Avenue, I should probably recuse myself. I'm right across
Well,
the
then,
street from an
okay.
industrial district.
I hear you. I strike industrial districts.
Thank you.
So
Thank
we would
Thank you.
allow, so to your point, Artie, these would be allowed where TripAdvisor is in the New England Business Center and
Yep.
where the Kendrick is and so on. And then across Highland Avenue,
Yep.
where Staples is and where
You do it.
You do it electronics.
you do electronics is basically,
Yep.
yes, exactly.
Yep.
And it would be allowed by site plan review, and it would be allowed up to a height of 15 feet.
Where's the Highland Commercial 128? I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, I was
Where's that?
thinking the
Where-
same
where-
thing. What
Along
about,
Highland Avenue. It's in that, it's next to mixed use 128, but it's really along Highland Avenue. The buildings front on
yeah,
Highland.
oh, but I thought Artie was asking about the old Muzzy site,
that's
well, it was,
commercial.
well, it was, but just, are we talking, Adam, are you saying Highland commercial, like going up to 128,
All right.
going up to the
I'm
fire
not,
station?
I'm
Fire station?
not saying highway commercial 128,
No,
which
no,
was
so Highland
Muzzie's
commercial.
site.
Highland
Highland.
Commercial 128 is on the other side of 128. It starts at Route 128.
The new Muzzy district
That's
is
the loop.
highway commercial one, is highway commercial 1, which is different. It's on the other side of the highway. Like Paul says, Highland commercial 128 is on the other side of the highway, and it's on the north side of Highland Avenue.
Oh, so Highland commercial is Staples and Udoit area?
It's like, it's adjacent, yes, it's
Kind of,
next to mixed use 128. I don't have the zoning map in front of me. Alex, if you're able to put it up to show, but we're talking that area.
Yeah, I think the three districts he's talking about are, so basically, the NABC, of course, is the area where TripAdvisor is. Highland Commercial is basically the commercial district that runs along Highland Avenue from the highway to the river in Newton. And then mixed use 128 is basically where you done it with the,
You
You
do
do
it
have a-
electronics.
the electronic store is located.
Do
it's
we
kinda
want,
cute.
do we want to allow the Gould Street East? From Gould Street East, what area is that called? Do we want to
For
allow
now,
that?
for now, no.
That's fine,
Yeah.
that's fine, let it go, that's fine.
I'm fine with this proposal of those
Fine,
districts.
That's fine, that's fine, yep. Yep.
But
And-
we're not including highway commercial.
No,
Correct.
Yeah.
No, oh, well, why
Because
not?
You're a residential district, is that why?
Well, no, it's not a residential district, it's a commercial district.
I understand, but it's near a residential district.
So,
What's your reasoning? That's the question. What's your reasoning for not including the Muzzy site?
Yeah,
because of the proximity to the residential district for now. We want to allow this, like, this proposal effectively comes from Artie. He wanted to allow building mounted canopies, which I initially was opposing. And then after a number of conversations and ice creams with Artie, I've softened my position. And then it made sense, but we would do it. And we would do it in this area, as a start where the pink hatch is, and then north of Highland Avenue between the river and the highway. And let's see what
So
comes.
it's this one right here, the peach one, right? The peach, the
Yep.
pink,
Oh,
Mhm.
oh, yes, I'm sorry.
the pink. And then what are the other ones? The
So
pink,
go.
the
so-
orange.
this
Orange
one right
one.
here. Right?
yes,
Exactly.
there,
Yeah.
And
yes.
is there a fourth one? What's NEBC?
No.
Oh, that's
No,
the
that's it.
building, okay.
Those are the three.
Okay,
districts.
those three. So we're basically saying that these areas right here that I'm marking up
Mhm.
are the areas that we would allow for 15 feet height, subject to 15 feet mechanical height. Those three districts and site plan review. Because the stormwater management compliance is gonna have to happen by building code anyway. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Yes,
The stormwater management for all of them. So I don't think we need to talk about that because that's part of the
Yeah, I
already
don't
the
think-
bylaw for that.
I agree, I agree.
Okay, so I'm fine with that.
Well, whoop-de-doo, Artie, I think we are through the most challenging part. So now we're gonna turn our attention to the third item, which is building mounted non-canopies. And in that scenario, you really have two installations. On a commercial roof, generally speaking, it's commonly a flat roof. And then you would have solar panels, if they're flat installs, which some of them are. I would let it go, I think, in terms of a setback, pretty much to the building. But sometimes you'll have a flat roof on a commercial structure, and it's common to have an angled, a pitched solar installation.
Adam, I'd like to take this chance, and this will answer the question. Alex, could you pull up that other PDF file I sent you?
So while we're doing that, where you have a pitched solar installation, Gene, I'll come to you in a second. where we have a pitch solar installation, I would propose that we set the installation back the length which is equal to the height. So in other words, if the highest part of that pitch is 6 feet, then the solar installation would be set back 6 feet from the edge of the building.
We don't need, so what we're looking at right now is essentially the engineering, this is a reasonable version of the engineering practices of what you do with an array on a flat roof. You don't angle photovoltaic arrays very high off the roof for a number of reasons. One is the wind load behind them is too high. And the second is that whenever you create a steeper pitch, the next row behind it has to be pushed back further. For example, the first array here, it's a 5-degree pitch, there's a 9.9-inch spacing. In this particular case, these are actually fixed commercial systems you can buy for flat mounted systems, flat roof systems. So it's a 5-degree pitch, 9.9-inch spacing between the rows. It has a eventually distance between rows of 6.8 feet. And then there's a certain energy density based on the 5-degree pitch. The next one is a 7-degree pitch, an 18.9 inches spacing between the rows. So in essence, it's a further distance between the rows. And yes, it gains a little energy density, a little efficiency, but the difference is this: when you have the angle of 5 degrees, you have a 10.7% more efficient packing of the solar panels. With the going from 5 degrees to 7 degrees, you're only gaining 1.6 more efficiencies because of the angle. That means by sheer engineering practice, you don't angle these arrays very high off the roof. You just don't. And plus the fact that engineering practices in any type of reasonable commercial structure, they're always going to be minimum 4 feet from the edge of the roof. So there's basically no reason to start putting requirements into this because this engineering practice, which already facilitates the needs to minimize the visuals anyway. It's going to happen by sheer engineering definition of what's going to happen. We don't need to say much of anything on this.
So Artie, you're saying, just for clarity, and then Gene will come to you. You're saying that there should be no limitation on height or a setback for roof mounted building mounted installations. Is that right?
We don't need to say it because I mean OSHA regulations have certain things anyway for distance from the edge of the roof. Engineering practices, when you have an array of certain size, you're gonna have distance, you're gonna have walkways between the array anyway, and you're gonna keep it away from the edge of the roof, and you're not gonna pitch it very high anyway. Period. You're just not gonna. There are some other versions of arrays where the arrays are actually back-to-back angled like this versus like this, for example. In that situation, they're a little steeper pitch, a little bit steeper pitch, but still they are set back from the edge of the roof and they are virtually invisible, and therefore practically invisible. When you have a very small business, a small roof, you're going to be closer to the roof, but you're going to take more precautions from a safety standpoint, but there's almost no roof space, so you have to be closer. But still, you're talking the panels, if you're looking at the first one, 5 degrees, you're talking about the back of that panel's maybe 7 inches from the top of the roof. You're never going to see it. And if you do see anything, it's practically it's a blip. It's a blip on the roof. There's no need to start throwing requirements in there when we don't know what we're talking about to some degree. It's just it goes against.
So Artie, what's the harm? Because people ask, I mean, you basically say that engineering practice leads you to this result, and therefore you don't anticipate that there's going to be anybody that's going to deviate from that. What is the harm of creating a structure or a framework around what you anticipate that the engineering practices to cut, so that you ensure that it sits within that box?
Well, I mean, I suppose we can always say that a roof on a flat mounted can never be more than 2 feet high. I guess one problem we get into is that, again, the probability almost doesn't exist. The other thing is on a solar thermal system, so it's not so photovoltaic. It's a solar thermal system where it's basically a fluid flowing through the panels. They have to be pitched higher off the roof surface. Now, the fact is, there are much fewer of those panels, but they have to be pitched higher off the roof because they have to have that angle of incidence with the sun. They have to. But again, we're not talking solar thermal here, we're talking solar voltaic or photovoltaic. But other type of solar systems, they have to be pitched higher up. And I don't want to, I don't want to have to, so solar in New England Solar, they do solar thermal systems. They will put a system on a flat roof. They're going to pitch that system, give or take 35 degrees off that roof for two reasons. One, they need it for the angle of incidence of the sun, and two is the structure of solar thermal panels is much more rigid than photovoltaic, so it can handle that wind load. It's very much designed. It's much more resilient than photovoltaic systems, and it has to be pitched off.
I want to get to Gene. I think we have concurrence that no matter what, the height would be no more than 15 feet anyways. So I think right, Artie, you would agree with
The building mounted, we were saying no more than 15 feet. And if we're talking mounted directly to the surface, I mean,
15 feet.
Well, they're not going to be 15 feet, but I mean, if they're mounted directly to the surface, the system is going to be 7 inches, a foot maybe in some cases, for any photovoltaic system, and so for a solar thermal system, those types of panels on a residential system, you could have a flat roof that is going to be that's going to have that array on it, and it's going to be pitched.
Artie, I need
4 feet off the ground.
Artie,
Go ahead.
sorry,
Go ahead.
I need a number. I don't need it. I need a number.
Then just say 2 feet. Then it's hold on, I'm sorry.
While
need
you
the
think of
number.
that, Artie, while you
Sorry.
think of that, I'm going to go to Jean. She's had her hand up for a long time. Jean?
Yeah, I want to understand what we're talking about. Your memo refers to building mounted non-canopies. Is what we're talking about what is defined in the proposed zoning as solar energy system roof mounted?
Yes.
Okay, and then we've got a chart that on height that begins on page 3 and runs over to page 4.
Mhm.
And it has certain limitations depending on whether the pitch is above or below a certain pitch. And so Artie's saying he does not agree with these limitations, and he wants some different limitations. It's just not clear to me. I'm having a very hard time following this, I must admit.
Alex, we go to the next page for a second. Okay, so here's a situation: a 10-degree pitch roof. It is virtually never going to be pitch angled off that roof surface. I mean, I know on the right now the memo has a 15 degree pitch roof as a possibility. It is never going to be pitched off that roof for various reasons. One is if it is, the arrays have to be pushed back from each other. It is much more expensive to do that. So it's simply not going to occur.
What?
So-
Without the pitch a roof.
Marty, the fallacy in your argument is that technology changes. And as technology changes, what you're saying will never occur winds up occurring.
Except for the panels get more efficient. And
Yeah,
so,
but it seems like you want to figure out what is the aesthetic result that you want.
Yes.
And then you make sure that the technology as you understand it today, if you limit it a certain way, will ensure that aesthetic result.
then
Technology changes.
for solar voltaic panels, just say it can't be more than 2 feet off the surface. Then off the surface, just say 2 feet off the surface.
Wait, just
That'll-
before, I
That'll
don't
handle
know.
every situation.
I feel like we're overcomplicating this because already in the bylaw on the proposed bylaw 3 and 4, pages 3 and 4, where a roof pitch is greater than or equal to 3.2.12, i.e. a 15-degree angle, we're allowing the roof-mounted solar energy system extend 1 foot above the roof surface on which the system is installed beyond the applicable building height limits. That's what we had all, basically, all of us, including you, Artie, had agreed on the height when we first started talking about this, and Lee drafted it.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
system shall be surface mounted and installed on the roof surface. And then where it's a pitch that's less than 15 degrees, they may extend 3 feet above the roof surface on which the system is installed beyond the applicable building height limits. If the surface on which the system is to be mounted is below the maximum building height, the roof-mounted solar energy system may extend up to 6 feet above the roof surface on which the system is installed, provided it does not exceed the building height limits by more than 3 feet.
Yeah. What's
And
wrong with
provide,
that?
yeah,
Okay, fine, just go with it. That's fine. Just go with that.
so that's
So
the
does
height.
that close number 2?
That's fine. Just go with it. That's fine. Just go with it.
That's height. The question then is, this is a setback. And my only
Right.
point is that I think it should be set back the distance of the height of the actual install. And the rationale for that is because when I met with Hank Half, and we talked about, solar installations, one of the things Hank had mentioned is that sometimes for instance, it's not just a side profile, sometimes having these systems can look like, you have, actually, you know what? I'm wrong. I'm thinking of something else, and I'm getting a little exhausted because of the hour. So personally, I think that the setback on the roof should be,
You mean the 3-foot setback that's on page 4? Where it says roof mounted solar energy system, and it says at the very end of the paragraph, a roof mounted solar energy system that extends more than 3 feet above the roof surface.
Yeah,
on which the
I'm
system
fine-
is
I'm fine with
installed,
that.
must be installed at least 3
I-
feet from the roof's edge. Is that what we're talking about?
I'm fine with that. I think that's totally appropriate.
Fine, that's fine. It
I'm
won't
fine
happen.
with
but
that
that's fine.
also.
That's fine.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm fine with
So-
that.
great. So Lee, does that give you clarity?
Yes.
So that's 1, 2, and 3.
Right.
And now we're gonna talk about parking lots, canopies, and canopies over parking structures. And we have 2 examples, one of each. Olin had a parking lot canopy, and Boston Properties had a canopy over the parking structure. And
Is this,
So-
we're talking about a solar parking canopy? Item F in the definitions, solar parking canopy?
yes,
Okay,
thank you for asking that.
and what's the matter? What's the issue?
So what's the question? I think,
So
Probably
What's-
setback and height.
yes, exactly. What is the maximum height? So the maximum height technically is the height of I think, the structure, right? I mean,
Yeah,
technically,
well, I think the way I did it, which I think we had really, you wanted to think about, was it was set up so that it was basically the height in the district. In the residential district, the solar parking canopy could be the maximum height allowed on the lot, or the height of the principal structure, whichever was less.
so so technically speaking, although this may be just so remote, it's not worth talking about. But you could imagine a scenario where you have a part, the height is 35 feet. And then you've got a driveway, and over the driveway where there's nothing currently, like my first house on Central Avenue, we didn't have a garage, we didn't have, a carport. I could potentially, add a solar canopy, which would provide protection for the car in this snow and rain. And the canopy itself could be 35 feet tall, which I think would look crazy. Do we want to restrict against that and set a certain height?
Why don't we just make it 15 feet like a garage?
Because I don't,
The garage.
I wouldn't,
What's that?
and then,
Go ahead, Natasha, please.
yeah,
no, I think I would probably make it, you have to make sure that a car can fit under it, so it has to be at least 14 feet, so. I mean, 15 feet, and if it needs to be larger by special permit.
I want to keep it a little more simple than that, but I like where your head's at. And I think what I would say is probably, I think just to throw out a number based on how we were dealing with height on top of buildings, building mounted, I would say like probably somewhere around 17 to 20 feet. Because
Well-
that gives you the 3 feet on a pitched roof.
Yeah, when Natasha was saying that you're gonna need at least 14 feet, so the number that came to my mind is 20 feet.
Okay, which is 6 feet taller than that.
So
Yeah.
I'm looking here and DOER, the Mass Government has that the structure height is 11 to 17 feet. So yeah, that's in their
Sample.
solar canopy with state and municipal facilities in Massachusetts.
For a
I mean-
park, are you looking at that, Natasha, for a parking canopy?
Yes, on top of structures and on top of and on parking lots.
11 feet? How do you get a
It
car?
says 11 to 17 feet, because 11 feet would, I don't know, this is what it says. I don't know if it's 11 feet.
Well,
I mean, they say 17 feet. I would feel comfortable with 17 feet.
I can see having 11 feet if all that you're putting under there is a small car.
But if you get a Suburban,
I would say 17,
Yeah,
just to
I'm
be,
cool with that.
just
Yeah.
to be safe.
Yeah, I was
cool with
And
wondering.
that's what the
That-
state, that's what the state is saying,
Yeah.
that their typical, their
17 feet.
canopies are, and in this specific.
So, and then, so 17 feet is reasonable. Gene, are you cool with 17? Artie, are you cool with 17?
That's in a residential district?
I would think in all districts.
This is in
So
all
whether,
districts.
so whether it's over a commercial parking lot or whether it's a canopy I want to build for my car on my driveway, it's the same?
Well,
think it should-
17 is max, right? So I mean, you
Right.
can make it smaller.
Well, I guess I guess that's what I'm asking. Should there be a distinction in the height between what's used, on a 10,000 square foot lot and what's used over a large parking lot?
I don't
Instead,
think-
somebody have a 10,000 square foot lot who owns a Cadillac Esplanade, which is a big car.
Like a
So-
Sub-
Yeah, but they aren't that tall. I mean, the cars aren't that tall. We're talking more of an RV. We're talking on one of these things.
I mean, what we're really talking about are those big SUVs. And we want to have coverage on that. And I think if the car originates in Paul's driveway and it's the same, the height of that SUV is the same as if he's going into, Boston Properties, garage, it's got to fit under both structures. And I think on that basis, the height should be consistent regardless of the district.
Yeah,
Okay, so 17 feet is the number. Okay, thank you.
Any objection? Artie, would you-
Maximum,
No.
right? That's what we're saying, maximum?
Yes, the maximum height.
So Natasha, what you were reading from is in essence what they were stating for like solar parking canopies in general. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So I would, Gina, are you okay with 17 feet?
I don't know what we're talking about.
We're talking, we're
We're talking
talking
about
about
Really,
the
I mean, the
height.
presentation on this has just been so all over the place.
Yes, it has.
Um, are we talking about what's on page 4? That it has two columns for 2 lines for solar parking canopy, and one is for residential and one is for non-residential, and presently it says the maximum height allowed on the lot or the height of the principal structure,
Yes,
and we're changing it to something else.
I think in both cases, they want to change it to 17 feet. So they want to change it, so the solar parking canopy in the residential district has a maximum height of 17 feet. And the
Yes,
solar canopy in non-residential districts has a maximum height of 17 feet.
Okay, so at our last meeting, we said we will change this because nobody was happy with the maximum height allowed on the lot, because that's like 35 feet. We will change it, we'll specify the height and we'll change it. So now we're talking about 17 feet.
That's correct.
Okay, and, all right, now I understand what we're doing. I guess it's okay, 17 feet. Why is it so high, though? I
Think of
mean,
it
you were talking about people who have big vehicles or something?
for a couple reasons. One, because you may have, it's common to have SUVs which are tall, like I'm 6 feet tall and these SUVs can be 7 or 8 feet. And then in addition to that,
Structure.
you need some kind of a structure that, to Artie's point, might be angled. So adding all of that up, you're at 17 feet.
Okay, if everybody thinks that's what we need, I'm fine with it.
So now this brings us to the last section, folks.
So we're talking about 17 feet, okay.
And the interesting thing here are this catch-all called exceptions. So notwithstanding everything that we've agreed to and probably thoroughly confused the heck, certainly out of Gene and probably Lee,
Huh.
I want to make sure that if, Paul or Natasha, where your houses are on Central Avenue, let's say, and your houses are set back, if you wanted to put a trellis from your driveway to your front door, and you could put solar on top of that, even though it's in the front yard, I think you should be able to do that. As long as it's over, I think, like pretty much an existing structure. And if it's not an existing structure and you're going to create something like that, so when I park my car and I walk up to your house, your front door, it provides protection from the elements. It would be great to be able to have, you should be able to build it. What's a reasonable height for that? If it's a brand new structure, maybe 8 feet.
Is
I've never really seen that kind of a structure in a residential application. I mean,
So Stephen Frail sent it to us,
Oh, yeah.
and I think that just makes practical sense. If someone already has a trellis or a walkway, and they want to, or they don't have it yet, but they want to make it solar on top, even though it's inside the setbacks, I think they should be able to do that without requiring a special permit or a site plan review, provided we just agree on the height of the thing.
So it doesn't need to meet the setbacks for the district. It's a structure that doesn't need to meet a setback. Are you saying that it meets the setback? Does this structure meet
No,
a front or side or a rear setback?
I don't think that it should have to meet. Personally, I don't think it should have to meet the setback requirements in any district.
Well, structures now do. All structures have to.
Well, is it a structure, like is a walkway, a partially covered walkway, currently regarded as a structure?
Oh, what is a covered walkway? If something is built on top of it and it's fixed to the ground, then it's a structure. I mean, structure is a defined term.
Mhm. All the photos that Stephen Frail provided they look like they're structures, aren't they?
I think it's reasonable to call it that. So the question is, let me just pull up the packet. And then I could share this probably for,
So don't we allow things like that?
so let
Isn't
me,
that a ground mounted solar array? Isn't that what it is?
I guess that would be regarded, I think. Let me, what I'm gonna do is just share a screen. If I can find my mouse. Here we go. So can you see my screen, folks?
Yeah.
Right.
Why isn't that solar
Right.
energy system ground mounted, an active solar energy system that is structurally mounted to the ground?
So this would, and this, so this would be either, depending on the district, 8 or 10 feet. That's probably fine. Artie?
Yeah, well, I was thinking of, I mean, that certainly raised the question of the height issue.
Yeah,
I was thinking those people have a patio, I mean, doing something in Providence, someone has a patio behind the house, they're covering it, they're covering like similar to what you're seeing here, they're covering it and it's gonna be more than 8 feet high. Guaranteed it's gonna be more than 8 feet high.
I wonder if we're gonna be getting into the weeds with this and it's gonna be cumbersome, like maybe we deal with this later, because what we've got already.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
it's- yeah, in some ways, I mean,
Much.
actually, the difference is this. With a ground-mounted solar system, the primary purpose is the ground-mounted solar system. With something like we're looking at here, that is not the primary purpose. The primary purpose is covering a patio. And then and then the roof just happens to be solar panels. That's the difference. The primary purpose for any of these things we're seeing right here is not a ground-mounted solar array. That's not
Well,
the primary
Artie,
purpose.
Artie, so if that's the case, and we're
Well-
looking at this scenario, the sole reason for this structure existing is the solar panels. Like nobody would build this support structure over a walkway that's open and doesn't provide any shelter or protection ever. Do you know what I mean? Like, I understand your point, but I don't know that that's always the case.
Yeah, you're correct. That will not always be the case, correct. But for
This-
example, on page 64, there's a patio, with a structure over it. And that happens to have solar panels on it.
Yeah. I get that. I just wonder if this one might be a bit more complicated.
Well, why isn't that like that patio thing? Why isn't that
Allowed now.
roof mounted, solar energy system roof mounted? Aren't the solar panels on top of the roof or what?
Good point.
Yeah,
Good point.
Oh,
Gene,
seems
that's,
like we've got it
Gene, that's why you
covered
got your law
one way or
degree.
another,
That's a
whether
good
it's ground
point.
mounted or roof mounted.
So then,
So
so
Adam, you have all the information you need.
Adam, it's after 11 o'clock and
Yeah.
I agree with you that if we start putting in language for something like this now, I mean, if Gene's right and this is roof mounted, then we've got it covered.
Yep.
And
I agree.
something
I'm
new
sure.
on it, you're gonna confuse town meeting so
Yep.
much that they're just
Yep.
gonna say that they're gonna throw up their hands and say,
Yep.
let's not pass this now.
Yeah, let's let it go. Yep, let's let
So
it go.
I think I have what I need, and I have the two experts sitting here, Adam and Artie, so. If I have any problems or questions, I know where to go. And I
Okay,
got
so-
Natasha in my back pocket.
Thank you, Gene, for sticking.
Thank you.
So
Thank
I
God.
do-
I
I do
ha-
wanna,
I had a few handwritten notes on the prior version that we talked about on the 28th. And I don't know whether the little changes that I had thought to make were made or even discussed. And will there be another version we can take a look at?
Yeah, there's gonna be another version for the next meeting, and then the meeting after that, we have to vote it. And so
Okay.
Jean, I wanted to get to a place where people agreed on what we were doing
On
here
the
before I started,
basics, yeah,
before I
on the
start,
basics.
before I put in what we did at the last meeting, because it would just, it was just evolving and bouncing back and forth. So I just
Right.
wanted to land someplace. And I will take the information we have from this meeting as well as the things we didn't discuss tonight that came out earlier, which I think includes some of the issues you raised, and incorporate
Well,
it into what I
what I
hope
had
will be.
is just a couple of things where I think there's a lack of clarity here. Maybe you could reword it, that kind of thing, non-substantive changes for clarity.
So
Okay,
would
well,
you-
I would
Is
like,
that-
I'll work with you then before the next meeting and on those issues.
Oh, I'd be very happy to work on
If
that.
there's, if
Okay,
there's a
good.
question, if there's a question on policy based on tonight, I'm happy to help Jean as well. But I think the key thing is we've got through the major hurdles. It sounds like, Lee, you have everything you need to get our zoning bylaw to the next level. At that next meeting, if there's any further changes, then we'll resolve those, and then we're ready for town meeting, and I'm excited. The next item on our agenda are minutes, but I don't actually see any minutes in our packet.
No,
So I think I'm gonna move then to reports, which is our next item. Lee, do you have anything to report?
Just we have a hone meeting tomorrow. The consultant has run a number, I think 7 different compliance scenarios, which the hone committee is going to be, the hone committee is going to be reviewing and perhaps modifying. And at this meeting tomorrow night, we're going to be beginning the conversation about the workshop that we're planning for. I think it was January 18th. I'm tired too, so I can't, but can't remember if that's the right date. But there's a public workshop that's going to be planned around public comments on some of these modeled scenarios.
Thank you. So one comment that I'm gonna make about this is, I had a conversation with Katie King, and we may want to utilize the CEA, the Council of Economic Advisors, and we're in the process of reaching out to a number of different developers, large scale multifamily developers, small scale and medium scale multifamily developers, in addition to commercial landlords in the Heights and in the center business district areas, and asking them, we're going to provide them with some version of a summary of whatever the likeliest compliance models are that would summarize it, I think, by district, by use, and by dimensional regulations, and invite these vital business partners into the process to, to hear any and learn from any feedback or comments they have. So that will be in late January, I'm sorry. Does anyone else have any thing to report on? Doesn't look like it, so I'm going to move on to the correspondence we've received, which includes an email dated November 28th from town meeting member and CEPC Chair Stephen Frail regarding our in-progress solar bylaw. 2, an email dated December 7 from town meeting member Paula Dickerman regarding the rezoning plan for the Needham Housing Authority Linden Chambers site. And 3, an email dated December 9 from resident Greg Darish explaining that he is unsatisfied with town council Chris Heap's response to Greg's open meeting complaint relating to the executive session held by and with the select board on September the 11th regarding potential further litigation on 1688 Central Avenue. So there's that, and I'd just like to say thank you very much, everyone on the board, for a very productive 2023. And I'd like to wish our staff and all of my colleagues the happiest of holidays over the break. And thank you very much.
thank you.
Move we
Thank you,
adjourn.
Ellen.
Joy.
We have a motion to
Thank you.
adjourn. We have a second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll come to the vote. Paul Alpert.
Aye.
Artie Crocker.
Aye.
Natasha Spada.
Aye.
Jean McKnight.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Thanks for your patience. This was extraordinarily long, but I proud of our accomplishment. Thank you all very much. Good night and Happy New Year.
Thank you
Thanks,
for
sir.
doing this.